Hello everyone, my name is GirafaStev. I am the president of the law. Ow! Tonight,
hello Mario.
We have Smackdown vs. Raw 2011, but I have yet another special guest here with me, a new friend of the Lawn Boy Club. And since we're playing Universe mode, it only makes sense to get the Madam of the Universe herself, Madam Universe. Hello, how are you doing tonight, Madam?
Hi, hello. I'm good. I'm excited. I'm excited to be here.
Dude, I'm excited too. But my question is, who are you? Who the fuck are you?
Where am I? Well,
yeah. Where are you?
Man, if only had the soundboard, I could play like the beginning of Keith Lee's AEW theme.
Who am I?
Who am I?
I am Madam Universe.
Well, hello, hi. For people who don't know me, my name is Madam Universe. I'm a variety streamer, Vtuber, and a long-time pro wrestling fan, and I'm excited to be here.
I mean, I gotta say, you really came in your Sunday's best right there. Like, I really like the... I like the luchadora thing that you got going on there, especially with the hat. It's good.
Thank you. I really do appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. Well, a 28 watch streak, Stev. Well, thank you very much, Dan. I really appreciate you coming here for 28 straight streams. I didn't think anyone could watch me for 28 straight days. Tonight. No. Listen, homunculus. We need to make her feel welcome. Okay? We need to make her feel welcome, and frankly, I don't think that you wrestling her is going to make her feel very welcome. I mean, you can ask her later and see how she feels. But I feel like that she needs to first understand what we do here in the universe mode. We've been doing this every Saturday for like a month.
Lesnar returned.
Oh, unfortunately, he did. But yeah, Madam, I may as well kind of educate you on on what we do here in universe mode. I know, so cool. No, it's awful, man. Anyways, Madam.
Yes.
Before I start educating you, is there anything that you are working on, or anything that you have kind of coming that you want to shill right now?
Nothing special. Just the usual stream stuff I do. I do stream tomorrow, and when it comes to the wrestling side of things, that's a good question, because last Wednesday I did was dedicated to Macho Man.
Hello, Mario.
And this upcoming Wednesday, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I think it's something.
Okay, nice. I mean, I know that you're usually on the Super Kick show with Siren and the others too, so.
That's true. Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Sometimes you're there.
I am there sometimes. Yeah. Usually I come in like 3 hours in because that's just how that's just how my brain operates. But I've really enjoyed getting to know you guys in the short time that I've sort of been around you, and I'm really happy to have you on stream, Madam. Y'all should go follow her, by the way. She's very cool and she's very nice.
Hello, Mario.
So clap for her, chat. Clap for her and give her the roses. Yeah, right there.
Yeah, I love roses.
I batted my head to give you the rose right there.
Awesome.
Anyways, chat, I need to tell Madam Universe how we do things, and also give you a recap of last time. To make a long story short, Madam, right now we are in hell.
Oh, dude.
More specifically, we're living in Jack Swagger's hell at the moment.
Oh.
Because Listen,
Okay.
the way that we do universe mode here is that we usually watch one match per show. Maybe we'll skip around if we just don't think that some things are worth watching that week. But usually we do 1 month of in-game shows. And this month's show is Hell in a Cell. And frankly, I'm really hoping that this is the time. I'm hoping that Hell in a Cell is the time, because right now, to give you a rundown of our champions.
I'm already living in hell, but it's called Current Year America.
That's very true.
Very topical.
Batista is WWE champion.
Okay.
Chavo is United States champion.
It could be worse, but that's fine.
The unified tag team champions are the Raging Climax, which compose of Ricky the Dragon Steamboat and one of our created characters in the Giraverse. He is the he's the bright spot. But no, Raging Climax is Ricky the Dragon Steamboat and one of our created characters known as the Sexayete.
The Sexayete, that rules.
The Sexayete, the son of the Yeti that humped Hulk Hogan.
From WCW?
From WCW, pal. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Except the Sexayete, he saw his father hump Hulk Hogan, and he was like, I don't want any of this. So he left the business. He got into physical therapy, and he moved in with a polycule in southern Denver, Colorado.
Based.
And shortly after, sometime after moving in with the polycule, he got invited to an episode of Raw with one of his mates, right? Oh, goodness.
Even in the Clinton years!
No, you know it! You know
Yes!
it! But I created this one.
Jerks to Sega in the past, but
I created this one.
Oh, I have to introduce you to my friend Squid Dog. They have a similar routine like this.
Sonic Blast, we here at Flights of Fantasy believe the game will last for a whole nother decade. Is it realistic? Maybe, maybe not. But it's more realistic than that old clunker, the Game Boy, lasting just as long. The best feature of Sonic Blast is the graphics. The dithering is even worse here than it was.
I finally found someone that knows about gaming in the Clinton years. Holy shit.
Especially in the game's bonus stages.
The voice is a bit quiet on this one. Yeah. Sure is, brother.
Game Boy should be jealous of Sega, but we don't know if Sonic Blast used Silicon Graphics computers to bring
Is it great?
to life. Everyone knows the incorporation of SGI computers was key to making Nintendo's Donkey Kong Country into the game it is today. If the same can be said for Sonic Blast,
I need my weekly Gitsy intake. Dude, this is like the third time you've done it this week. I feel like you already got that friggin' intake, and now you're just taking the piss.
Here's a look at
You're intaking piss, brother. I know about gaming the year since Retsupre was still a thing. What is that? I'm sorry, Dan. I don't quite know what you're talking about. Hashtag piss stream. Man, we have a lot of people here. Hold on. Hello, Fluffy. Hello, Woobs. Hello, Bit Gamer. Hello, Radiant Griffin. How are you all doing tonight? But as I was saying, the Sexayete was invited to an episode of Raw by one of his polycule partners, and he was goaded into the ring by Santino Marella. He then won the Intercontinental Championship and proceeded to kill Santino for like 3 months. And got Vince McMahon to do the chicken dance at WrestleMania. And so that leads us to where we are now, where he is now a tag team champion with Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. He won the belt at SummerSlam last month. And not only that, but the Raging Climax has it's gotten bigger since it was formed a few months ago.
How did it get bigger?
Well, I'll show you. With none other than the addition of the Hardcore Champion. The Hardcore Champion.
Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. I play all sides of the fence. What? It's gotten bigger. So yeah, that's what we're working with. And the Divas champion is Melina.
It's fine. Honestly, Monday Night Raw becomes the champions is looking good.
They are.
Looking good.
Chavo is someone that we actually built basically from the ground up, right? Because like he ended up getting drafted during the draft week of this Universe Mode run, and by the way, there is no like actual draft mechanic in this. We had to make it ourselves. So Chavo ended up getting drafted, and then he just went on a tear. Like he defeated MVP when he was, the WWE champion twice in a single night, and he got several high profile wins, along with that.
Chavo.
He won the United States Championship at the Bash earlier this year, and he has, simply put, become one of my favorite guys in this mode. So,
the guy in this shit, they just shortened the Great American Bash to just the Bash.
They did. It sucks. It sucks. Ass. The ass bash right there. Bash and ass. And on SmackDown, it's unfortunately I wouldn't say much worse, but there's a real big blemish, okay?
Okay.
So, Jack Swagger is the World Heavyweight Champion.
Well, I mean, that did happen that year, so it is accurate.
Okay, but was he champion for 5 months? Because he's been 5 months reigning as champion in this run.
I think he was champion for 5 months.
Because he won the title at Backlash, and he's been just killing this roster ever since. He squashed The Undertaker in a 15-second Extreme Rules match.
He squashed The Undertaker?
Yes, he squashed The Undertaker in 15 seconds.
15 seconds?
He beat CM Punk, and and like, if you think that's bad, he beat CM Punk in a friggin' Iron Man match 6-1.
Oh my god, the sheets are gonna. I bet the ICW had a field day when that happened.
Dude, fucking Brian Alvarez is having conniptions over this. Fucking Brian Alvarez was over there giving it -10 stars. It's that bad. But
duty, brother.
He wrestled at Night of Champions, but not to defend his title.
ICW.
Instead, ICW, but instead, he faced Sheamus for the Intercontinental Championship. Sheamus squashed Jack Swagger at Night of Champions, retaining his belt, right? Which gave me hope that Sheamus could potentially defeat Swagger at SummerSlam for the World Heavyweight Championship. Not so. Instead, Swagger and Sheamus faced off in an Inferno match where he beat Sheamus not once, but twice, because we made a best 2 out of 3 falls Inferno match, and he won both falls. So, so Jack Swagger has just been on he's been on the run of a lifetime here.
It sounds like it, yeah.
And no one can beat him despite my wants and pleas for it. The guy is ungoddamn stoppable. But there is a silver lining, because at SummerSlam, we did a few mid-season drafts, as I'll put it, in where, in exchange for Matt Hardy and Lex Luger, SmackDown got Shelton Benjamin, right? Shelton Benjamin and Edge.
Okay.
So my idea is this, right? In Hell in a Cell, I have a feeling it's going to be Swagger versus Edge or Sheamus again, right?
Okay,
So yeah, the guy is ungoddamn stoppable. He truly is the first 101 in 2K history. Dude, he has to have like secret stat buffs like the fucking Backyard Sports Kids, you know? Like he has to have like that freaking dude, he has to have that Pete Wheeler speed, that Keisha Phillips strength, and that fucking Ernie Steele fielding. That's crazy.
That's nuts.
So yeah, that's kind of what we're dealing with right now.
I have a match to make. On SmackDown, Jack Swagger will defend the World Heavyweight title against Druid. And that's the bottom line, cause the homunculus says so.
Oh yeah, thank you for reminding me, Homunculus. A few people to watch out for here in this universe mode, right, madam? Druid, for one thing. He's become a fan favorite, him and his 55 overall. He's been feuding with the new Nexus down here.
Okay.
Headed by their leader, A-List Otunga. It is not David Otunga, because David Otunga lost his first name to the British Bulldog. They call him Davy Boy. But not anymore.
Right.
So yeah, he is now just A-List Otunga. We also have guys such as Christian.
He did talk to Rikishi that one time.
He did, in fact, talk to Rikishi. Yes. And he came out all the better for it. We also have Christian Cage down here, who was our first World Heavyweight Champion before Jack Swagger won it. So really, my dream would be for Christian to win the belt back, but I don't think that the game's gonna let that happen. So my
Vince McMahon himself would just take the controller from you to make sure it doesn't happen.
You gotta put a blue dot over him, pal. Then maybe I'll give him the Intercontinental Championship. And that's a big maybe. But no, we also have MVP, who's the former WWE champion. And ever since Universe Mode started, he's been a fucking loser. So it's my hope that he will get his act together. But until he does, we're not really following him too closely anymore. We also have Mark Henry, right? And his new partner after betraying MVP, Zach Henry. Right here. Like, it may say Zack Ryder, but he's Zach Henry now. So.
Oh, I love that.
And of course, we're following Sheamus, like I said, as well as the Barbaras, the Winds of Change. Wade Barrett, right here. Who himself is a former hardcore champion, before losing it to old Stone Cold.
What?
And also, as one more thing, Superstars is the best show. We've all kind of agreed on that. So yeah, we're gonna skip around a little bit here. Let's see here. Ted DiBiase and Yoshitatsu. Personally, I would like Yoshitatsu to, get to the US title territory. But here, let's see. Fucking Ted Jr., dude. No. Absolutely not. Okay, well, Ricky Steamboat versus Zach Henry. Zach Henry gets a win over the over one half of the tag champ. This is one I'm actually curious about, because what could David Hart Smith's mystery partner be? He already has a partner, so
yeah. Who could it be?
Which oddly enough, the Hart Dynasty is like leaning heel, even though the game doesn't want me to turn them heel. It seems like so.
Odd, but alright.
It is very, very odd. So, like, I know how these tag matches can be in this game, so we're probably just gonna, you know, pop in and see who the mystery partner is, and then we'll pop out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Hold on just a second here. I need to mute this, otherwise it's going to... sorry, otherwise the VOD is going to just get, like, nuked from orbit. So.
Yeah, it's gonna be turbo nuked, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Alright, Jomo Sapiens, it's your time, brother. Go get him. All in, balls out. We're going out tonight. Okay. Okay, David's partner.
I thought this might happen. There's no way he was gonna find a partner.
Tyson Kidd was found injured in the back. What the fuck?
Tito Morella.
Oh, I'm the member of the Hart Dynasty. Santino is in the Hart.
Hello, Mario.
Okay, okay. I actually want to see this play out now.
Yeah, you know what? Let them cook. They might be doing something here.
Dude, if it turns out that Santino is in the Hart Dynasty after this, we have to give him heart-flavored gear, you know?
Oh, we do.
We have to give him the heart-flavored gear. Okay, hang on. Pink and black Santino would go hard. I will only do it if he joins the Hart Dynasty here. Okay?
Not only did he find a partner, he found a great one.
Dude, he found the best partner. Look at that.
The perfect partner.
I mean, like, dude, the Sexayete is in need of partners all the time. Dude, the Sexayete finds partners all the time. He finds Ricky Steamboat, Stone Cold, Patrick got flagged for a Die Nasty.
An aggressive shot to the midsection.
But no, I already asked you, you know, before the stream, madam, but what is your experience with wrestling games? Since you know, I never really kind of, you know, how you know I'm talked to you about them too much before. So
My experience with wrestling games, let's see, the very first one I owned was SPR 2010. I think the first one I technically played was a rental, was SPR 2009 on the Wii. Where you could, like, the Wii port, you can just, like, do the entrances with, like, the Wii mode.
Oh, I know! Yes! Yeah. Yes! Yes, the Wii version has like, the crazy entrance things that you can do.
Yeah, when I picked Jeff Hardy, I wanted to do like the little juke thing he does, but I couldn't get it to work, so I had to do like another version of it.
Oh, you tried to do like his little like Dougie thing. So
yeah, try to juke on the stage.
Yeah, that thing. Jeff Hardy. That's what you become when you play SmackDown vs. Raw 2009 on the Wii. Anyway, sorry, Emma, what were you saying, madam?
Let's see. I think next wrestling game I played might have been WWE 13 on the PlayStation 3.
Oh. Yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah, that was a good one. Then did 2K14. Then was get like 2K15, but not on like the next gen stuff. Like I had 2K15 on like the
PS3
at the time. Yeah, PS3, 360.
Mm-hmm.
Then it was 2K16. Didn't get 17, but I got 18. And then 19. I believe the latest 2K game I have is 2K25. I believe. It's 25 or 24. 2K24.
Yeah, 25 is the latest one that I have. So
Yeah, 25 is one of the Roman on it. Yeah, it was 25.
Recent 2K games exist. I hate the Island Live faction and Ringside Pass as a whole.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I never fuck with my faction in the 2K game that happened. I just don't.
I do not fuck with it either. It seems like
there.
It just kind of seems like a big money sink. But
Yeah.
one thing that would always keep my attention, like in the modern 2K games, even though I have TEW, is my GM. I just really enjoy general manager modes, especially when they're done well. So
I want to try like a my GM mode in like one of the either SVR games or one of the 2K games to see like how fun they are. Oh, nice neckbreaker, Santino.
Last year was fun. This year, not so much. That's only because the second part still has yet to. Wait, there's a second part to the island.
What?
I didn't realize that we were making sagas out of this shit. It's the fucking Cody Rhodes Crush saga. It's the Cody Rhodes Crunch Wrap Supreme saga. They released the island in chapters. That is new. I don't think that was the case in in the last one. I think it was just like a static thing.
Yeah.
Well, either way, like I played like 3 hours of the island in 2K25, and I kind of, I got my fill. I got the gist.
I get it. I'm out.
Yeah, I get it. I realize what you're doing here. I'm not like into it. I mean, like a set of Jordans does not hit the same in a wrestling game as it would in like a basketball game.
Yeah, like it. In the NBA.
Whoa! Hello!
Oh my god! He just do Starship Pain? Okay,
dude, he did like a springboard running Starship Pain while being stuck to his opponent. That's crazy.
It's okay.
What the? Ah!
No, you can't.
Whoa! Oh man, I wouldn't let him hit that. Honestly,
I want him to. Come on, Davey.
That was sick as fuck.
He went half across the ring. That's not even. He doesn't have his WWE All Stars tech.
Dude, Johnny Mundo's cracked out. Or Johnny TV, whatever you want to call him now.
Jonathan Nitro's ripping ass.
Jonathan Nitrosity. It's Jonathan Nitrous Oxide from Crash Team Racing.
I love that guy. Oh, what's gonna happen?
He wants to fucking turn the Earth into a fucking Jomo Sapien parking lot.
Jomo Sapien parkour gym.
Hardcore battle royal. Johnny something, the guy who wrestles. That's literally like his thing. I appreciate Morrison's commitment to the bit.
Yeah.
Every place he shows up, he's like named something different. Even
Nothing beats a cool, refreshing sip of water.
Thank you very much.
Nothing beats a cool, refreshing sip of water.
I like it more than jelly-filled donuts.
Can't get over the physicality of this match. This has been brutal.
How was I gonna say? Oh yeah, and fucking like AEW. He was called like two different things. He was called like Johnny Elite first, and then when he signed to the promotion full time, he changed his name to Johnny TV. You should have called him Johnny Longboy.
Johnny Longboy sounds awesome.
Dude, if I get fucking Johnny Mundo on the stream, I'm gonna have him call himself that.
I think the only
hot tag
is the board. Oh shit!
Hot tag on Santino. Oh shit! Jonathan Nitrous Sky Morrison. Johnny Bald Guy now. Dude, honestly, it took me a minute, but I appreciate, Morrison fucking just shaving himself like that. It's good.
Oh my god, Johnny Cue Ball.
Johnny Cue Ball.
And he finally gets out of the ring.
Oh no.
Thinks he has it. One, two, three.
Whether you like it or not, I'm telling you, he has that gamer dent crazy. Gamer dent? What, like a dent in his skull? Hold on, we need to fact check that then. Johnny Clean to his fans, Mr. Clean to you. You should have called him Johnny GirafaStev. Unfortunately, you can't change wrestler names in this game, but I know you can in like future titles. So, dude, forget R-Truth must have fucked up David Hartsmith there.
John Morrison and R-Truth.
Man, I was hoping for a Santino win there, honestly.
Kinda was, yeah.
Oh, don't, can't show that. Hold on. All right, we need to see if Santino is, like, in the Hart Dynasty now. David Hart Smith and Santino Morella's friendship has gotten even stronger.
It did get stronger, yeah.
Listen, I don't want to just put him in the faction unless the game does it. But we need to prepare him for the eventuality. So, hold on. We're gonna just do it right now. Just look at the thumbnail. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Soul sent me something.
Hello, Mario.
No, I see it. I see the dent at the top of his head. It's like perfectly sculpted.
Yeah, the Tyler 1 had that.
Hold on. Literally, the thumbnail just says he's bald. Johnny TV bald. I'm trying to get like a good image here, just so I can like illustrate this a little more. I'm watching on my phone and wait for Saturday night's main event to start on my iPad.
That rules.
I want Ethan Page to win just so I want fucking Ethan Page to win just so fucking Maddie needs to deal with it. Just for the lulz. Anyways, yeah. Hold on.
Ethan Page, Siren's favorite wrestler of all time.
Everyone's favorite wrestler of all time.
Yeah. You don't know how much Siren loves to talk to me, Batty, and Woops about like Ethan Page matches and moments.
I mean, listen, if he can find them, I'm all for it. If he can find them, I'm all for it because I don't see them, brother. All right, we need pink. Pink on this guy. Big, bright pink, right? Hold on. I really wish you could just copy and paste colors like you could in the future games.
Yeah.
Hold on. I think we're done.
Oh, wow.
I don't think we have to do anything else here.
Yeah. Oh, that is it.
Besides, like, change, you know, the things here on the singlet.
Yeah.
Which we could do. Hold on. You know what? Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna change this on the singlet.
Black. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give him some white and black here. Oh, that looks good!
Yeah!
That looks awesome! It needs more pink.
That was pretty easy.
Can we get the blue dot for Christian? take away his very real Italian identity joke. Listen, man. Listen, man. What will you take? A lack of heart worship or cultural appropriation? You can figure that out. Rather heart appreciation or cultural appropriation. You can figure that out. Heart worship. The pink should be darker, in my opinion. Should it?
Yeah, it's fine. That's a good shade.
Yeah, I'll bring it down to 210. Because, like, the pink color in this, like, color palette isn't even pink. It's, like, salmon colored.
Yeah.
It looks nasty.
But not a good shade.
You want me to fill you in on the results tonight? No, I can look them up. Plus, if other people in here want to watch it later, I don't want to spoil it for them. Alright, cool. Well, he's ready for the eventual indoctrination into the Heart Dynasty. Good job, Santino.
Good job.
Plus, I feel like maybe Tyson Kidd might be on the verge of a heel turn if this keeps up. So... Anyways, number one contenders match. Please, Shawn Michaels win. Yeah, thank you.
No!
Thank you. I don't want another Cena Batista. Oh my god.
That would have been a cool match to see Shawn Michaels versus John Cena.
Probably would have, yeah.
Yeah.
What the fuck is this? Druid versus Biker Taker.
Oh my god, is Druid revolting?
Well, yeah. I mean, like, listen. After all of the recent fanfare, he has to lead the Undertaker's wing, you know?
Yeah.
And that right there's...
It's like Raven with his flock.
It's like Perry Saturn leaving Raven's flock, you said?
Yeah.
That's a fucking insane pull. I like that. Then we have a mixed tag match. It's Christian Cage and Mickey James versus Drew McIntyre and Michelle McCool. And then the main event is Triple Threat. This honestly looks pretty sick. It's Mark Henry and MVP and Ricky Steamboat. I got to watch Cena and Michaels win the tag belts from Radar KO live during their feud. It was fun. I mean, like, I remember, like, a lot of people enjoy that, you know, particular sort of, you know, crack team up of Cena and Michaels. So,
yeah.
We gotta watch Druid versus Taker. We do. We will. Don't worry. But first, ad. First, we gotta let the ad play.
It's break time. Where are the Cheetos, my dudes?
Oh no! You just had your nails professionally polished, but without warning, your nails are ruined. Beautiful nails make you look good and feel good, but there's no way to protect that smooth, glass-like finish if it hasn't had time to dry. Until now. Nails in motion.
Every single commercial break,
Designed by women for women.
We watch infomercials or like a commercial comp either me or Infinite made.
I love that.
Before you treat your nails, snap it closed, and then turn it after your nails are done.
Feels a little better than just kind of, you know, letting the ads play over stuff that we're in the middle of.
Worry out of using your hands before your polish dries. So go ahead.
The air was very much a hey, we should make the feuding main eventers win over the tag champs kind of era.
Yeah.
It's very easy for
Yeah, I mean, like, this fucking game was made in that era, so.
While using the tip-top protectors, it's just absolutely fantastic. I never thought that something like this would exist.
With the tip taps on, you just turn them
But no, we need to watch Druid and Taker after this break here.
You'll get 8 finger-sized tip tops, plus 2 specifically designed to protect your thumbnails, all for a special introductory price of just $19.99. But wait, If
The
you
unfortunate
call
thing is
right now,
Undertaker
you'll
recently
also
turned
receive a
heel
pair of
as his
stylish
biker
and
gimmick,
comfortable
but as his
Pretty
dead
Petty
man gimmick,
sandals.
he's
Just pay
still
separate shipping and
he's still a
handling.
face.
Baby
Pretty
face.
Petty sandals have soft separators to keep your toes apart.
But not only that, I'm going to show you something even funnier.
But it's
Oh,
yours
shit,
free
okay.
just for ordering today. And as an added bonus, we'll
They are
even
complete
send you
polar
a handy
opposites
nail
in every
promotion
way
carry-on.
in my
Perfect for
universe
carrying your
mode.
tip tops and your Pretty Petty sandals. A $10 value, absolutely free. You get 8 tip tops for your fingers, plus 2 for your thumbs, plus the Pretty Petty sandals and the handy carry-all. That's a $60 value, but it's yours for just
So which one's the
$19.99.
Undertaker?
This amazing offer is not available in stores, so call now.
Listen, man, money's tight. But if you were to ask me which one's the Undertaker, it's probably Biker Taker. And you'll see why here once we get going.
We might need Leslie Nielsen on the horn to figure out.
Leslie Nielsen! You're so right. Wow.
Yeah. I think the only time they did like a good real wrestler versus fake wrestler might have been like the Double Sin Cara feud.
Was that good?
Yeah, it was actually pretty good because they actually had like war to it, but like Hunico Sin Cara was Sin Cara in Mexico, but by the time he was signed, the Sin Cara who was wrestling in CMLL was wrestling as Sin Cara.
Nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Welcome back to Raw. See, like, I remember, like, I remember the Blue Sin Cara versus the Black Sin Cara feud, and, like, I mean, I'll admit, I was kind of invested in it when I was a kid, so.
I mean, it made more sense than, like, fake Undertaker versus real Undertaker.
Well, speaking of Undertaker, madam, you'll be happy to know that there are 2 versions of Undertaker you can play in this game, and this was before that they kind of started just going all in with, like, different, versions of these characters depending on eras. Dead Man Taker is on SmackDown, and Biker Taker's on Raw, right?
Yes.
Dead Man Taker is a face, Biker Taker is a heel. Dead Man Taker is allies with Kane.
Yeah,
Biker Taker is enemies with Kane. So,
oh my god, the gaslit Kane must be getting from the Undertaker.
You're not my brother. I should bury you in the concrete with our dumbass dad.
Oh god, yeah, that did happen.
Adding on to the 2 Sin Caras, Black Sin Cara's theme was sick. Do I need to pull it up? Do I need to pull it up? Because, like, I don't remember it.
Yeah, if you want to. I remember, like, even Black Sin Cara had, like, a much cooler vibe than, like, Blue Sin Cara.
I'm probably gonna have to mute this part of the stream, but I'm curious, so I'm gonna find it real fast. Hold on just a second. Black Sin Cara theme. I don't think I got it. No, that's his normal music, right?
Yeah, that's the normal one.
You got like that, like angelic choir there. Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay, I found it. The Sin Cara Negro Custom Titantron. This?
Yeah. Sounds more sinister.
Dark Souls boss music. No, like literally, like this music is like, I am evil, you must boo me. This is like very like overtly evil here.
It is obviously like, which one is the evil one?
Exactly. You must boo this one. Don't boo the other one. It's just evil Sakura, and it's honestly kind of, dude. You know what? You know what? There are fucking times where you don't need that. You know. You know, like there are times where you don't need that complexity. You just need a man with villainous sounding music, and you're off to the races. The Druid is from Road to WrestleMania, right? Yes, in fact. Anyways, he's also pink.
Oh,
hold on. I'll give him a minute. It's got to load. There you go.
Pink Druid. They did it.
Because apparently we can't have a pink Darth Vader because that's not canon accurate. Well, this is my canon. So, there you go.
This is my canon. Fuck you.
It's my canon. I'll do what I want with it. Go fuck yourself. Anyways, here. Oh, damn it. I forgot to mute the friggin' sound, didn't I?
Oh, the Druid gets surrounded by his other peeps?
Yeah.
Ooh.
It's my canon and I need it now. It's my canon and I need cash now.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall. Approaching the ring.
Yeah.
Druid has so much aura he doesn't even get a full ring announcement.
Schimmel just like is just shocked and awe.
Dude, I'd be too. I mean, if I saw this coming down the ring, I wouldn't know what to make of it. All right.
What is with this one?
And now we have Biker Taker here.
Oh,
no, I know what's gonna happen.
No, they weren't able to get like Limp Bizkit.
Nope. No, come on, man.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
I have a structured fanfic and I need cash now. Oh, okay, yeah,
no,
it's over already.
Yeah, he's squashing him.
I think he's through playing around. Yeah, that's it.
He's going for the pin. 1, 2, 3.
I'm kicking out of 3.1, you motherfucker. But yeah, they couldn't get Limp Bizkit. They couldn't get Dead Man Walking. They couldn't even get his bike in this game. He literally just comes out and he walks normal. And he walks normally.
Bike?
Nope.
Ew.
Here's your winner.
Blue Katana's real. Oh man, I forgot Umaga squashed Val Venus on Raw I went to. Based? Wow, that's incredibly based.
That's incredibly base.
That is super, super duper based.
I love that.
Man, that was some bullshit. I know. I almost want to run it back. Okay, how about this? Druid and Undertaker are now enemies. The subordinate defies the master.
Do you think Drake also like Deadman Undertaker? Like, did you see that shit? What the fuck?
Do you see that shit? And meanwhile, Deadman Taker's like fucking just changing into his Deadman costume after that. Oh yeah, I saw that shit, man. That was
that was bullshit, dude.
That was not awesome.
Not awesome.
Not awesome. That's so fucking sick. Run it back a Hell in a Cell and a Hell in a Cell. Dude, you're spitting. I'm going to remember that, hopefully. Christian and Mickey James versus Drew McIntyre and Michelle McCool. Christian, and the winner is, it's Christian. Right there. And then main event, Mark Henry and MVP and Ricky Steamboat. Ricky Steamboat gets the win over that fucking loser MVP.
He just can't win.
He can't! Dude, I put so much Oh, God.
Oh, my God.
Sheamus, I'm calling you out right now.
I'm calling her out right now, Sheamus. You're a
Wow.
piece of shit.
Wow, this show kind of sucks, honestly.
It started Sheamus and Terry Funk. Alright, that's cool.
I feel like, and then we have Evan Bourne and Cody Rhodes. Oh shit, this right here's an AEW match, I think.
That is, yeah.
I'm pretty sure this happened in AEW once.
Pretty sure. CM Punk and Big Show.
CM Punk and Big Show, pretty sure that happened in AEW once.
Sure.
JTG versus Drew McIntyre.
Dude.
I changed the rules. I'm going after Jack Swagger now.
I changed the rules. I want to be champion.
I changed the rules. I'm gonna go after that all-American cuck now. Anyways, we need to watch this one. And not only that, I think we need to, like, make it big and stupid. So, hold on. I think it's gotta be... There's gotta be Extreme Rules, I feel like, between Sheamus and Terry. Right there.
I changed the rules now. It's Extreme Rules.
I changed the rules. I changed the Extreme Rules.
The rules are now extreme.
The rules are now extreme, and I'm starting it now. JTG tried to get the push for the World Heavyweight Championship. I mean, I'd fuck with that. I mean, Shad just won the IC Championship. Why not JTG as World Heavyweight Champion?
Yeah, why not? Fuck it.
Fuck it. It's 2010. We don't care. Let's do it. You know what? Let's just try something new.
It's 2010. Next Monday on Raw, they're gonna get the Muppets to guest host. It's fine.
Listen. I'll fucking have the Muppets guest host for a whole month. I mean, they were dialed in that one week.
They were, yeah.
They were like locked the fuck in. So we love Shad Gaspar in this house. We do. Evan Bourne versus Cody Rhodes is such a 2021 Dynamite match. I know. I almost want to watch it just on the basis of that.
I love that, like, Evan Bourne, Cody Rhodes is like two different eras of wrestling that feasibly could happen.
I know. It could feasibly happen in two separate eras. Sheamus, you motherfucking son of a bitch. I'm gonna come and get you.
I'm gonna come get you, Sheamus.
Approaching the ring.
It's Extreme Rules here. All right. Oh, Sheamus, don't you run out, brother.
I changed my burn location. I'm from Nebraska now.
Oh, you saw right there, Sheamus. Oh, fuck. Motherfucking bitch sucking cocksucker.
Oh, God damn, he did a little fast press. I can't predict that.
Shad was actually the motion actor for the newer Kratos before he passed away, a hero. Real shit, that guy.
True. Yeah.
Dude, he fucking died as he lived, a family man.
Yeah,
oh, man.
Fun too.
Oh, no. I think it's already done.
Sheamus.
Oh, he missed.
I'm not going down like that, you son of a bitch. Ah. Can we at least have Extreme Rules match here, please?
Well, get a table or something.
Exactly. Fella! He died as he lived. Loving his son.
Yeah.
Just like Kratos.
Just like Kratos.
He was the dad of Boy. So if anything, yes, he does in fact deserve the IC title. Both him and Sheamus had an incredible match at fucking SummerSlam, by the way. Big ol' Haas fight for the IC title. It was like primordial Sheamus and Gunter.
Damn.
Oh, damn, a ladder? Oh, no. I'm very scared about this. Hold on. Oh, okay. Okay. God fucking damn it, you were supposed to trip over the ladder, you son of a bitch. I'm coming out with a shirt next week. It'll say Sheamus sucks eggs. Holy damn, I didn't expect Terry Funk to be like holding his own this much.
Oh yeah, no.
I mean, dude, if Terry Funk can work his way up the ranks and end up facing Swagger and win the belt off of him, I'd be freaking down with that.
I would be down for World Heavyweight Champion Terry Funk.
I'm gonna be a helicopter with this ladder now. Wee! I'm a fucking helicopter. Come look at this, Dusty, you son of a bitch. I'm a helicopter now.
I see you being a helicopter now, Daddy. Oh, I like it.
You better compliment me on my incredible helicopter spin move.
Somehow, someway.
The fact that Sheamus apparently did that during the first time Brie and Danielson were getting together is a cherry on that story. Wait. Oh wait, the fact that Sheamus apparently did that the first time. Wait, what were we talking about?
Yeah, what about Sheamus?
Oh my god, they love me here and I don't even know what town we're in.
They love me here. What town are we in? Saskatoon? They love me here in Saskatoon.
Ouch. The fella thing. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, got it.
And I think it's obvious that
what?
Nothing to win.
You're out to my little dance there, Sheamus. I'm gonna fuck you up.
Hey, Michael.
I'm the only one that could defeat Jack Swagger, and you know it.
Well, this is anything goes. Terry Funk.
Hope you like the taste of RC Cola, Sheamus.
What's your favorite soda, Sheamus? Cola, Pepsi, or RC?
Terry Funk is an absolute wild.
Personally, I feel like if you're not a fan of RC, then you're a fucking corporate bootlicker.
You're a piece of shit.
Then you're a piece of shit bootlicker. Oh, come on. You couldn't do that. Was not fair. He didn't have the reach.
Yeah.
Dude, he didn't even have the reach there. What?
Oh, he knocked the guitar out of the fans' hands.
Dude, how many people are bringing guitars to this arena?
Yeah.
How many people are bringing guitars to this arena?
And gimmick too. Who brings a gimmick guitar to a match?
Speaking of guitars, well, first off, madam, are you familiar with Total Extreme Wrestling?
Not top of my head, but continue.
Total Extreme Wrestling is basically a wrestling booking simulator. It is text-based, and it's been made by a small team for like the past 20 years. And it has become my new on and off obsession in terms of wrestling games, right? And my save is one of mid-2000s TNA, right?
Oh, okay.
And I managed to get the NWA title off of Jeff Jarrett, and he was being very difficult about it.
Of course.
He was being very difficult about it because he wouldn't lose to anybody, that was, higher or low on the card than him. Look at this belt. You'll never have this belt, you friggin' pale son of a bitch. You failed. Now it's my turn to get it. You failed to get it. Now it's my turn. Look at it. Doing like doing the Patrick Star thing, but with Terry Funk. But no, I managed to get the belt off of, Jeff Jarrett, and he was being very difficult because he would get pissed whenever I would want him to lose to somebody lower on the card than him. And he also had a creative control clause, and that was in place before I became Booker, right?
I see, yeah.
So like I had to adhere to that and build someone from the ground up. And I did. I built Ron Killings from the ground up, and he took the belt off of him. And at this point, Ron Killings is a 3-time NWA World Champion.
That rules.
That rules. I'm positioning him as like the big guy in TNA for, you know, the next few years alongside Styles.
Good. That'll be awesome to see.
I won the match, you fucking son of a bitch. You stay down now. All right, cool. Why are you so damn pale, son? Go out in the damn sun. Jeff Jarrett was supposed to be in this match before Terry changed the rules. I'll change the rules of this match. You go back to TNA, Jeff Jarrett.
I changed the booker now. This match won't suck shit.
Honestly, Prime Sheamus and Prime Terry Funk probably would have gone hard. So
would have been amazing to see.
Damn, I want to sign Terry Funk to TNA now.
Here's your winner, Terry Funk.
And he came back from, you know, like the hot start too. That was good.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm not dropping a title. Choke on it, you long neck, slap it. Oh, hey, that's Jeff Jarrett. fucking Terry Funk comes in dressed like Jeff Jarrett for the match. Oh no, I'm not dropping the title. Choke on that, you long neck, slap nuts. Jeff Jarrett, probably. Wait, is that Jarrett talking to me? Choke on that, you long-necked slap nuts. Well, listen, it took like 6 months, but I got Ron Achilles where he needed to be, and he won the belt off of Jarrett at their first pay-per-view, Victory Road.
Oh.
Rather, at their first monthly pay-per-view, I should say. Hold on. Hold on. I cannot get claimed by Killswitch. Give me just a second. Good clicker music. Terry Funk is still not he's still not in the rankings, unfortunately.
Fucked up.
I want to type that because long neck slap nuts is exceptionally funny to me. Dude, it is. It is. You fucking struck gold. Dude, if I ever make merch, I'm putting long neck slap nuts on a shirt now. Along with don't piss me off. Okay. Evan Bourne and Cody. Evan Bourne wins!
Evan Bourne went airborne.
Dude, air boom. That's crazy.
That's crazy. Good on you, Evan.
But he's still not in the running for any title. Hold on. CM Punk and Big Show. Punk wins. JTG and Drew McIntyre. Nah, Drew wins. Shit.
Damn.
Sheamus and Terry Funk's relationship has gotten even worse. They had a relationship? I didn't know that.
I didn't know that.
Okay, cool. Oh boy, Christian's in the running for the world title.
Good, good.
What?
Yo, is Monday Night cooking or what?
British Bulldog versus Mike Knox. John Morrison, R-Truth versus David Hart Smith and Tyson Kidd in a ladder match. Tables match, MVP and Mark Henry. Oh, well, we know what happened last time MVP and Mark Henry had a tables match. The Sexayete ruined it for everyone. And the main event, a one-on-tag handicap, Cena versus Batista and the Darewolf, Justin Gabriel. What the fuck is this show?
I think Monday night just like, listen, we'll just smoke like whatever we have, we just book some shit, right?
Terry Funk left some stuff back here, dude. Or maybe it was Rob Van Dam. Whoa, dude. Let's fucking smoke this and see where it takes us tonight.
See where it takes us.
Now, son, what the fuck is this? It's peak, dude. They saw SmackDown sucked and made up for it. Just shoot someone up the ladder gender style. Dude, maybe I should put like Terry Funk in big matches now and see what happens. Put fucking Jack Swagger and Terry Funk in Hell in the Cell. This is the kind of AI booking I fuck with. So, chat, what are we watching? Are we watching British Bulldog and Mike Knox, or MVP and Mark Henry?
Oh, that's hard.
I mean, we saw this match a couple of months ago in game, so
I'll go with Bulldog and Knox.
I want to watch Bulldog and Knox personally. Gotta be Bulldog versus Knox. Okay, Bulldog versus Knox. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Davey Boy, he stole his name back from who is now A-list Otunga. It is David Hart. Rather, it is Davey Boy Smith taking on Michael Knox. Mike Knox, my goat. Probs. I don't remember much of him. I mean, I've said it before and I'll say it again. I've seen more of Mike Knox than I ever have in my life, and I've still not watched a single match of his. So, because I've seen him in these WWE games very often. I've seen him in my booking simulators even more, you know? Like, when I was playing Journey of Wrestling, I was booking 2006 ECW, which included on their roster Shannon Moore and Mike Knox. Now, Shannon Moore and Mike Knox were two guys that Paul Heyman wanted me to put together on a team and make them upper mid-carders. So, I had to fucking... Wait, hold on. Oh, it seems Adam's away from the computer right now. I'll tell her when she gets back. He beats Rey Mysterio's ass, and then when someone asks him why he did that for him, he just says, I don't know, man. LOL. Dude, we get the same cutscene again. Dude, Mike Knox is best... Again, like fucking lion, young lion gear right here. Best remembered for being eliminated during Survivor Series and being buried by DX. Was it like the progression of that scene that Mike Knox got eliminated, and then literally everyone was like, "Who the fuck was that guy?" And everyone was like, "I don't know." Like, dude, talk about getting buried. That's insane. Holy shit! Holy fuck! Dude, Davey Boy's spinal stenosis just got re-aggravated over that. What was that? Wow. Okay.
I think I saw a tooth fly out. Mike Knox.
Okay, after a freaking fall away slam like that, Mike Knox is getting pushed to the moon. I'm sorry, Davey Boy, but you gotta take one from the team here, brother. That was insane. Knox. I'm sorry, is that fall away slam his finisher? Wait, no, it isn't. It's Sister Abigail. What?
This could do it.
That's it. 1, 2. Mike Knox wins. Michael's asked, who was that? Well, now they're going to be asking, what was that? Because that match was over before it even began. I need to see that fall away slam again, dude. Please. Look at this, chat. Wait, no, that's not it. That's not it. It was something else. Knox! Absolute beast. Dude, Monday nights are cooking here.
Here is your winner, Mike Knox.
Okay, check this out, chat. I'm pretty sure this is it. I'm pretty sure this right here is it. Ah!
Oh my god, the height.
Like, look at this, Adam. Please look at this again.
I'm looking.
Mike Knox just beat Davey Boy. Look at this. Holy shit! was perfectly timed.
That was insane.
that right there is Davey Boy's spine after taking that fall away slam. Wow. Push Knox to the fucking moon. I just might, dude. Wow. Patootie with the Law Boys, girls, and beasts and AGs. Hello there. Welcome on in to tonight's Law Boy Club meeting. Thank you for bringing your lovely community on over here. What were you doing on your end? Did you have fun doing it? For those of you unaware, my name is GirafaStev. I'm the president of the Lawn Boy Club. I'm the very long and large enjoyer of games, wrestling, the birds. Get them out of my attic! And my stinky cats. Tonight, we are playing SmackDown vs. Raw 2011 for the PlayStation 3 Universe Mode style. I have my friend Madam Universe here with me. She's been just a joy to have here so far. So, unfortunately, she missed most of this Mike Knox and Davey Boy match, but it was insane.
I was getting my food. I was waiting for it to arrive.
Mike Knox defeated British Bulldog in what was a Davey and Boy victory. British Bulldog and Mike Knox are now enemies.
Oh no.
What are you getting for food?
Just some fish.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I like salmon the best myself.
Salmon's good. I love me some salmon.
Yes, absolutely. But yeah, Patootie, if you need to raid and run, that's absolutely fine. But for any raiders here, I specialize in primarily wrestling games. I also do role-playing games, strategy, and just various, other, fixins that, that like I enjoy, whether they're related to wrestling, animals, so on and so forth. I don't mind kicking it for a bit. That's absolutely fine, man. Thank you. I appreciate that. What? Patootie again? With the Long Boys, Girls, NPs, and AGs. Thanks again, I guess. Dude, the double raid. That's crazy. Okay, well, you're just in time for John Morrison and R-Truth versus the Hart Dynasty. R-Truth and John Morrison win again. They cannot stop going after these tag belts. They're the perennial #1 contenders.
God damn, they want them tag titles.
They do. Absolutely. I'm new to rating, LOL. No, it's all right. Well, I appreciate it anyways. MVP and Mark Henry. MVP finally gets a fucking win, and it's against his rival, Mark Henry.
Hell yeah.
The relationship has gotten even worse. I'm sure the Sixayete ran in once again to make sure that the match can't finish for like 10 extra minutes. John Cena takes on Batista and Justin Gabriel. And Batista and Justin Gabriel win. All right, Justin Gabriel, John Cena are now enemies? Okay. Sick. All right, superstars. Oh, what the fuck is this?
What in the hell?
What? Wow. Okay, this show's fucking stacked. I kind of want to watch the whole thing, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of want to watch all of Superstars this week. We got Christian versus Drew McIntyre, Druid versus A-List Otunga versus Wade Barrett, and a battle royal pitting John Cena, Shelton Benjamin, The Rock, Chris Masters, Terry Funk, and you know what? I'm gonna replace somebody in this match. I don't know who, but I'm gonna replace them because I want this to be a hardcore title match. So we're gonna go ahead and do that. Generational talent is the Druid. But no, I want to see Christian's rise back to the top. So we're gonna watch this match here. Hold on. There you go. And I'll have to skip through Drew McIntyre's entrance because every time we watch it, I get claimed for it. So
damn, that's unfortunate.
Because it shows like music, rather it shows like, like the entrance video in the Titantron, right? It like full screens it in YouTube like flags it as, you know, like, you know, me just stealing the video, which I'm not trying to steal. That's just how the game is.
It's literally just how the game is, YouTube.
Fuck you, Drew. You had to have a fancy thing for your entrance in 2010. I hate you. Dude, there's so many contenders for the world title right now, I feel like. We have Edge, we have Sheamus, we have a returning Christian potentially, and maybe if I play my cards right, Terry Funk.
Yeah.
Something in me really wants Christian to win the belt after losing it to Swagger 5 months ago. Jack Swagger's he's a transitional champion from Christian to Christian. Oh! Ah!
Nope.
You won't get me this time.
Ladies and gentlemen, it absolutely
That was scary.
WWE superstars. Hey everybody, Michael Cole and Jerry the King.
Hello, Michael.
Hello, Michael.
Oh yeah.
You know the weird thing about Drew McIntyre is, like, when he first debuted, I did not know he was like that tall until like his return in like 2017 to WWE.
You know what?
I was like,
Hold on. Was he always that tall?
Yeah, I was like, wait, were you always that tall? You did not look that tall when you debuted, dude.
Yeah, like I literally looked at him, you know, like when he came back, and I was like, this fucking dude just like metamorphosized into something new, you know?
He's like, this is not the same Drew McIntyre that I watched in 2010.
Like I could have sworn that not only did he get bigger, but he also got like taller too, which, which you know I've seen happen. And fun fact, he's had 3 separate runs in WWE. What was the first one? Because like it couldn't have been this one, right? No!
Oh no!
What do you think Christian needs to do now, King? Well, he's been in this type of
Fuck, what was Future Shock that was the finish?
Well, that fucking sucked.
Just packed them, stacked them, smoked them, fucked them.
Dude, he doesn't get paid by the hour here. That fucking sucked for Christian. Wow.
He prayed for this moment and it
happened. He taped. Well, listen, man. I don't want to end up skipping your entrance every time. So if you could like stop winning, that would be okay. I'd be fine with that. I'll try squeeze you into the next game, but I need you to stop like winning for a second.
They beat in late 2006 or early 2007, was partnered with Dave Taylor. An absolute dog shit dark match with the Nasty Boys who were trying to get jobs. Ooh.
So was it dog shit? So was it dog shit because of Drew and Dave Taylor, or was it dog shit because of the Nasty Boys? I feel like I already know the answer, but I just want to ask. You know?
Mm-hmm.
It was dog shit because the Nasty Boys were fat and out of shape. I don't think they were ever in shape, if I'm being perfectly honest with you. But that's neither here nor there. Anyways, we have A-List Otunga here versus Druid versus Wade Barrett.
Would it be possible to trade Druid to SmackDown?
Well, it depends. What does SmackDown have that's on par with Druid? You know?
That's a tough question.
What exactly does SmackDown have that Raw would want? Because that's really the question here.
The following triple threat match is scheduled for one fall.
Dude, David Otunga looks like a slapped ass here. That's insane.
Yeah.
Dude, he has like negative aura right now.
Negative 10 aura right here.
Negative 10 tupled aura right here. Like, I want this guy to lose. I'm glad that freaking Davey Boy stole his name.
Now this guy right here, he's
But
at
this
plus
guy,
100.
thousand. I mean, look at these freaking dudes. Like, he has whole druids for his druid, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Leave that man alone. He's suffered enough. He is the alpha druid. That's so true, brother. The Barra Barrage. Let's do it.
Here we go.
We need a cult movement for druid. Ah, yes, a cult movement. I get you, brother. Okay. So, would you like to hear the story of how the new Nexus disbanded?
Oh, mama!
Madam. So, wait, Mentored by Jericho? That's his sign, huh? Deadman328, thank you for following. You're now a member of the Lawboy Club for life. How you doing, my friend? I was about to tell the forbidden tale of how the freaking new Nexus formed and then disbanded within like 2 months. So the Nexus characters are not sort of included in the base game, right? They are DLC.
Yeah.
Fortunately, I have all the DLC, so, you know, that's fine. You know, on my part. So when you download them, you have to make them into a team yourself. They do not come like packaged, you know, as a faction already. You have to make them into a faction. So I did that. And they did nothing for like 2 months. Up until an episode of Superstars where David Otunga was facing, I think it was another one of our creative wrestlers, the Controller, I think is what his name was. and David and Wade Barrett ran out to assumingly to, you know, presumably help, you know, like A-List Otunga. But what actually happened was that Wade Barrett attacked A-List Otunga and then left.
Damn.
From there, the faction petered on for like 2 more weeks before it just disappeared from my team list.
Damn.
like after that attack, there may as well have been nothing else. That's it.
That's fucked up.
It is fucked up. That's like worse than it was in real life, and I didn't know that could be possible. So.
But they found a way.
They did in fact find a way. But yet they still had their Nexus armbands.
Well, yeah, they love the armbands. Plus, they're expensive.
I mean, especially now that they're taken out of rotation, now that the faction is dead, you know?
Yeah.
You can only find them for like $150 each on eBay now.
Yeah, fucking scalpers.
Remember the Nexus. You are not forgotten. He is the Alpha Druid. They were always butterballs. Hold on. Yeah. They were always butterballs. Leave that man alone. He's suffered enough. Which man?
The referee is powerless to stop this one.
Yeah, which man?
Because, like, listen, man, I'll pick on the Nasty Boys as much as I want because fuck them. But Otunga, oh yeah. I mean, like, listen, A-List Otunga has been through a lot, but he looks like a slapped ass in this game. So he has like no aura. Nah, fuck the Nasty Boys. Good, thank you. Anyways. Oh, just a second. I need water. Anyone who's good friends with Hogan is a piece of shit for sure. Yes. Hold on just a second.
One, and he breaks up the count. My God, there's so much on the
You know, I guess while we're here, I have a wrestler, Madam, that I think that you would really enjoy. You may have already heard of them, but I just want to make sure. Have you been following New Japan's Best of Super Juniors?
Current one going on?
Yeah.
Not really.
Well, there's a wrestler in it named Hyo. He is from Dragon Gate, and he comes out with a leopard plush.
Oh, what?
He comes out with a snow leopard plushie.
That rules.
I need to find I need to find like just something on him here, like with that plush. Because here he is! Here he is!
He's keeping the Daryl entrance by Hiromu alive.
He is, and I mean this in the most respectful way possible. So cunty. Here he is.
Oh, that elbow's gotta hurt.
And let's see this boy. Let's see him.
Like I saw him.
Yeah.
Because
no, 100%.
His first match in the tournament was against Yo, and they had like a 2.5 minute sprint. And I was just like, okay, I love everything about this man now. I want him to win the whole tournament, even though he won't. But I would like for him to.
I just know since like it's Yo, I bet they kissed in the middle of the ring.
What now?
Him and Yo kissed in the middle of the ring.
They did in fact kiss in the middle of the ring. There's been a lot of yaoi in this year's Best of Super Juniors. Like on average, one instance of it per night. So on average, I swear there's been at least one instance of yaoi per night.
I love that like this year's Best of Super Juniors has some yaoi in it.
either it's from Hyo and Yo, or Jun Kasai as well.
Just driven to the floor. What's gonna happen now?
Because before his finisher, Jun gives his opponents the kiss of death, which is literally like he kisses them on the mouth, and then he hits the finisher.
And he sends him flying to the outside.
And I'm just like, dude, the Fed could never do this.
They would never. They don't have the balls to do it.
They would never do this. It's so good.
I mean, that reminded me of like hearing like Rico on like the CVB interview where like he said there were certain wrestlers who just refused to work with him.
Is it because they just didn't feel comfortable with his gimmick, or?
I think it's like, oh no, I don't think my character would do that, brother. I don't think my character would do that. It was like, dude, just the only one who would was just like hardcore Holly.
Which is, I feel like that's fine, but like in the instance of like the Fed, I really just think that they would, make it. They would just like fucking shoot down the concept of it, like in general.
Yeah.
I feel like
it just came across of like them just kind of like insecure, but like something slightly effeminate and queer I'm associating with.
Meanwhile, you have Tommaso Ciampa kissing his like rivals on the cheeks every week on on Dynamite. Which is more kind of like flirting with yaoi, but it's still like I'm still counting it. So
What a nasty elbow. Bam!
Listen, it's the foundation of this sport. So it is the foundation of this great sport that we love.
Connects with the abdomen. The force, my God! And the knuckles connect.
God damn, what a chop.
That's to say, I really want Drew to win this one. I'm not gonna lie. I want him to continue his rise. If we could get him to like a WrestleMania, title match appearance, that would be fantastic. Maybe not win the Royal Rumble, but at least get him on the card.
At least get him there.
It'd be hilarious for the lowest overall character in this entire game to have a friggin' title match over like the legends here.
NXT Wade Barrett was believed by many, including myself, to be the best all-around rookie on the program.
It's almost time for a 3-minute Cheetos break, my dude.
Not yet. We need to see the end of this match. Wrestling was mad to give closeted men a way to see half-naked men rolling around with each other without being called Wrestling was mad to give closet men a way to see half-naked men rolling around with each other without being called gay. Well, listen. Now it just is gay, and I love it. So now any promotion worth its salt is gay, or at least like gay accepting. So yes, thank you. I really need them to get back in the ring here. I'm not gonna lie.
No protection.
They've just been fighting on the outside.
Dude, they've been fighting on the same place on the outside too.
Right on the back of the head off
Like Drew is getting fucked up here.
Yeah.
The new Nexus is here. Okay, maybe it's not. Maybe it isn't here actually.
It was there for a second.
Get back in the ring, you fucking dicks.
It really feels like that one from Mania X7 where it was like Taker and Triple H, they just fight out the outside for like God knows how long before the bell actually rang.
Did Triple H and Undertaker face at X7?
They did. It was Biker Taker versus Triple H.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It was the first of 3 Taker Hunter matches at Mania.
Oh yeah, like, well then that means their 27 one was like 10 years apart then.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That is crazy.
And then they had Undertaker's best one at Mania 28.
Yeah, the Hell in a Cell was very good. I'm a big fan like Taker Batista from Mania 23.
That was Mania 23, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, but do you like it more or less than Taker versus Mark Henry?
I'm not gonna lie, that one's just like that's a skippable one.
as our most Mark Henry matches from this era, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Rather like
unfortunately
from that era.
Which is wild because the minute before that one was like Taker Orton. That one was good.
I'm not gonna lie, madam. I am close to skipping this match.
Yeah, it started out hot, but then just kind of like.
But then just evolved.
Yeah. Make it back in the ring. Hold up. Wait. Nope. Wait.
What?
Wait.
Hey! Get back in the ring. You need to win it in there, brother. No!
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh
Stop.
my god, dude. Ah! Fuck y'all, man.
That sucked, dick.
I'm about to make like these guys and leave this match. That was A-list Otunga wins, but he doesn't win his name back. He will never win his name back. And in the main event, it is big ol' six-way here.
You can Wade pull double duty?
I can make Wade pull the double duty, but I don't want him to. I want old Stone Cold to put his title on the line. If I can somehow get him to do it. Oh, I mean, whatever. Whoever wins this match is the new hardcore champion. I'm calling it right now. Terry Funk. Let's see here. I'll put a few higher tiered guys on here just to kind of, give it some more space. Here you are. And Matt freaking Hardy.
It's almost time for a 3-minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Okay, fine. I'll run the ad. There you go.
It's break time. Where are the Cheetos, my dudes?
You've seen the Pillow Pets.
Have you seen the Pillow Pets, madam?
Mm-hmm.
Pillow Pets
Because I
are
see them
cute,
still
huggable pets
sometimes
that
when I
pop
go to the
open
comic shop.
full-size pillows. They're soft, they're cuddly, and they make perfect pillows. You've seen the ladybug,
It's none of
the
these
dog,
stock
the
ones
frog,
here.
The unicorn, the dolphin, the
Streets are saying they're a pillow and a pet. I mean, word gets around fast, brother.
There's a new T-Rex dinosaur.
That's a T-Rex, buddy, huh?
A pterodactyl, a dragon, an elephant, a koala bear, a purple ladybug, and a lot more. Go online to see all the
Not
new
gonna lie,
pillow
some of
pets
these are
at
pretty cute.
www.pillowpets.com.
Dude, I want that Triceratops one, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I love the
And the
If
koala!
you don't think your kids will love Pillow Pets, then watch this.
Okay, go ahead and open up the package.
This immediately fills my heart with joy.
Yeah. It's like that N64 girl.
Yeah, Nintendo 64! Aww.
Aww.
Kids love their Pillow Pets. Go online to see all the new Pillow Pets. The new Pillow Pets are only available online. Pillow Pets are soft, they're cuddly, and they make kids happy. Kids love to collect Pillow Pets too. How many Pillow
I
Pets
think
do you have?
this whole
See
concept
all
was
the
just
new Pillow
was
Pets
just a big
at
brain idea.
I know.
www.pillowpets.com.
Yeah,
That's
like, whatever we do a pillow,
www.pillowpets.com.
there's also like a
Start
stuffed
collecting
animal.
your Pillow
Yes,
Pets
I love that. I mean, the majority of them are now like branded ones.
Yeah.
Because you can get Pillow Pets, you know, in the modern day. But like a lot of them are branded. But there are some good ones that are branded. Like, there's one that's like Appa from fucking Avatar.
That's perfect. That's a perfect pillow pet.
Appa, I found Appa in real life and he was very soft. So. But there's also like Freddy Fazbear too.
Oh. No.
Which, like, listen, Scott Cawthon is an asshole, but he struck gold. So.
He did struck gold with that, yeah. Admittedly.
He freaking struck gold. He made something that could be both terrifying and very, very adorable. So. But my kryptonite also exists, too.
Mm-hmm.
They have a Sonic pillow pet. Which I've been tempted to get several times.
Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Hey, welcome back to Raw. They used to have Yo Gabba Gabba pillow pets when I was a kid. I vaguely remember that. Like, that feels like something that happened, but it didn't happen. Alright. Speaking of things that vaguely happened but didn't happen, this Battle Royal right here. For the Hardcore Championship, it is a six-man... It's a six-man affair right here. With old Stone Cold defending his Hardcore Championship.
Oh, they didn't give him like his custom champion entrance. That's weird.
Yeah, you're right. They didn't give him a custom belt entrance. Because usually he, like, has that in these games, doesn't he?
Yeah.
The Bro Bee from Yo Gabba Gabba pillow pet went triple platinum in my house. Dude, if I got Sonic and Shadow, they would go quadruple platinum 2 times over. Wait, that sign said the Master Lock is rusty. Well, that doesn't sound too good.
Oh,
Speaking
no.
of, here he is.
And his opponent from Los Angeles, California, weighing 275 pounds, Chris Masters.
This right here is happy to be here, Chris Masters.
Yeah.
It is very odd. Pillow pets go crazy in thrift stores, do they?
I can see how.
Yeah, I could see how, but like... don't know, man. That makes me a little sad. Hey, maybe that means I should check a thrift store. I'll see what I can find over there.
Yeah, I find some cool stuff.
Maybe I'll find the Bumblebee Ladybug. They're everywhere, at least down here. What, Pillow Pets and thrift stores? Or just thrift stores in general. Ain't no stopping him unless he doesn't lose, unless he doesn't win this match. In which case we probably won't see him for like another month or so. I'll beat that piece of shit Sheamus and I'm gonna win the world title next. But first, I'm gonna win the hardcore title as well. Double champ, Terry Funk. How's that sound? Right, great.
Two belt funk. That sounds a good ring to it.
Two belt Terry Funk. The man we drafted to SmackDown specifically to beat Jack Swagger.
And he could not do it.
But we'll see if he can. Because he still hasn't gotten his shot at it yet. Terrell 2 belts. Oh, Pillow Pets and thrift stores. Got it. Squid Punk. If you don't buy Donkey Kong Country, you are stupid. Wait, Squid Punk. Wait, you've been following... You're referencing Gamey in the Clinton years. I get you, brother.
Yeah.
Listen, I know it. I'm a smart fella, not a fart smeller. Okay? I'm a follower of George Wood. Is that how you found me here? Holy shit. Hello, Squid Punk. Welcome on into tonight's Long Boy Club meeting, then. Edge is just standing there. I promise I didn't take control of him. Hopefully. Okay, good. That and Madam. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Miss Squid Punk, one of yours, Madam.
Yeah, one of my friends. I told you about like who have a similar redeem to yours.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Well, if you like wrestling and weird fucking gaming stuff like that, oh fucking shit, I'm already out of the Battle Royal. Then you're gonna like it here. Are you Edge? No, I'm not anybody. I'm not playing as anybody in these matches. I'm watching them with all of you.
I changed my mind now. I don't want the hardcore title.
I'm changing the rules of my career. I'm going for the World Heavyweight Championship instead. I only want the World Heavyweight Championship, actually. Oh my god! Matt Hardy gets revenge on Edge!
Yeah, many years afterwards.
Holy shit! On a Battle Royal on the best show ever, Superstars. Okay.
It's almost time for a 3-minute pedicure, my dudes.
No way. Dude, my feet will be so soft.
Ooh, your pizzas.
Listen, man. No man knows true freedom until they've A, worn a dress, and B, gotten a pedicure. I've done both at once, so...
Hell yeah.
Like, dude, when I first wore... by the way, are you fine if I refer to you as dude? Or...
It's fine. I don't mind that.
Okay. because I have several trans friends, and some of them don't like that. I just want to be sure. Anyways, not Shelton 2, the best signing. Old Stone Cold's gonna retain his belt. God damn it. I have, like, multiple, like, Southern people for fucking impressions, and I get them all mixed up all the time.
That happens.
Because I've been talking as Terry Funk, and that's just what my friggin' like you know, gear's in right now. Wait, new hardcore champion, Chris Masters? Chris Masters! Chris Masters! Chris Masters is the new hardcore champion. Holy
like
shit.
Like with the Rusty after all.
Dude, exactly. But his belt is rusty. The hardcore masterpiece. The Master Core champion. My favorite. Hold on. Who booked this crap? I swear that man's name was Triple H. I said that man's name is Triple H. No, it goes like this, Soul. Ah, damn it, I don't have it. I don't have it in there. Hold on.
Damn.
Hold on. I try it again.
I said that man's name was Triple H.
So Cold Steve Austin.
Stone Cold Steve Austin is entering himself in the Royal Rumble.
And he lost, brother. He just lost it. And his hardcore championship. Which means Chris Masters. Congratulations, brother. You are the new hardcore champion. So Cold Steve Austin entered himself into the hardcore Royal Rumble. That notably had no weapons in it. Upset victory. Chris Masters defeats Stone Cold in what was a Chris and Masters victory. Christian's fallen down. Christian's out of the running entirely for the world title now. Dude, come on. Oh no.
Oh, wait. Number one contender for what?
For the Intercontinental Championship.
Oh no.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't want to watch any of this show. If I'm being honest with you.
Hey, look, we got
4 Saren, thank you very much for the 4 months, brother. I appreciate that very, very much.
triple threat for the number one contenders match. Yeah. Show
McCool and Mickey James. I feel like that would be good in a bubble, you know?
Hello, Mario.
Hope y'all are doing good. Yeah, we're having fun. At least I'm having fun.
The Miz versus DX.
Jericho and the Miz, otherwise known as Jizz, as I call them. Soul better show them Royal Rumble 96. Dude, you're referring to Jizz right there. See? We could skip SmackDown, methinks. I'm skipping SmackDown. Plus, we're already reaching 2 hours, and I would like to get to the pay-per-view here soon. I don't want to keep Madam all night. So, Sheamus, Jack Swagger, Dolph Ziggler, don't win, Jack. Oh, thank God. Sheamus wins, and he will face Shad Gaspard for the Intercontinental Championship at Hell in a Cell. Michelle McCool, or replace the match with something to get Swagger killed. Well, I guess Swagger got killed in this match because Sheamus won. Sheamus pinned Swagger. I think he did. Michelle McCool versus Mickey James. Michelle McCool wins. Tag team ladder match. It is Jizz versus DX. Jizz wins. Shad Gaspard versus Drew McIntyre. Shad wins, and he continues his hot streak since winning the Intercontinental Championship. All right. Now, on Monday, holy fucking shit. What? What is this match?
What in the world?
What is this? Batista and Justin Gabriel versus John Cena, Lex Luger, and Davey Boy. Hold on. I need to find the soundboard real fast. Dude, that is John Cena, Lex Luger, and Davey Boy. Listen. I don't know if I want to watch this match, even though it is so fucking insane, because I just know it's going to be like Yuke's AI on crack.
It's a number one contenders match.
Yeah, we have MVP versus Chris Jericho, #1 contenders match for the US title here. We could do that. Tyson Kidd versus Wade Barrett. Women's triple threat, probably for the Divas title, #1 contendership. And main event, this absolutely insane handicap match. MVP, my worst of all time.
My woe.
My woat, the worst of all time. Is insane. Wow. Okay, I'm thinking we gotta watch this match. Then.
Yeah, we gotta.
All right, Tyson Kidd versus Wade Barrett. Wade Barrett wins. That's insane.
That's nuts.
Fun fact: Wade Barrett is 90 overall in this game.
God damn, Wade.
That's better than Rey Mysterio. And just as good as Sheamus, I think. He will never be this good again. If it would take 700 years, I would vote for that 2v3. Exactly. But I know because of Yuke's AI, it's going to take like 10,000 years to complete.
Yeah, it would take so long.
Yeah. Handicap match would last until next Saturday. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to do something more fun. So this is false count anywhere, right?
Mm-hmm.
That means it's going to get hardcore. Probably. So I think this is how we do it. Street clothes.
God damn.
MVP. Jericho in a suit.
What the fuck? Okay.
Jericho in a suit versus MVP in actual street clothes. Dude, I mess with that
Mario.
crazy. Hardcore loose quotation marks. This is WWE after all. That is very true. That's very true, brother. This feels classist somehow. It does. It does.
Really does, yeah.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall.
Approaching the ring.
Yeah, I'll be shocked that this leaves the ring at all. That's true. I would love if I brought them in. No, like this right here is like MVP going in for like a fucking job interview, and like Chris Jericho is like, you know, like is like head of the recruitment team.
Yeah.
Again, this feels wrong somehow. But MVP tried to dress up but not look too dressed up. Exactly. Like he read like he read the job description. He is tastefully dripped out. God, this feels wrong seeing them do their entrances in street clothes like this. And now Jericho. MVP, I'm afraid to tell you, you just made the list! The hiring list, more specifically.
You're hired.
Because you're hired, man. This is just him in this era, though. Of what, MVP?
Either that or Jericho, who just like came out and just did this.
Chris Jericho on his way to shred 10 different resumes that lied about their experience. He's over here looking at all the people he fired. Or like rejected. Well, Mr. Jericho, I can see that you guys are conveniently located in New York City. We're in Winnipeg, you idiot. Break the walls down of classist depression. Listen, man, the only war here that I see in the ring right now is class war. And that's exactly what we're seeing right here. Dude, I feel like MVP could do it.
Hey, yeah.
For some reason, seeing him in these street clothes, it fills me with optimism. I don't know why. It's like new clothes, new him.
In a shot
Oh boy, but he has to contend with 94 overall Jericho, who started this. Wait, actually, this right here is a battle of the former champions, because we started Universe mode with MVP as WWE champion and Jericho as US champion. So.
Oh shit.
That'll do some damage.
So right here we kind of have a battle of the former champs. We're coming full circle. Yeah, this is peak I saw no country for old men, Jericho. Just him in this suit and shit.
MVP, what must he be thinking now?
It is very fun to do backstage brawls in this three-piece right here.
But Raw and any other WWE brand are completely different animals. King, what a main event we have here tonight. What's he planning here? Look out! He's got a chair! I can't wait for that handicap match. There's no telling what's gonna happen. Oh no, he's gonna try.
What? No! No, he's gonna Pillmanize him!
He's gonna Pillmanize his leg.
No! You're fired. You're dismissed, MVP. What the? Van Daminator! In the suit!
Van Daminator in a two-piece suit. Holy shit.
Dude, that has very, like, flexible fabric then. MVP, please. Top tier shit right there. Dude, if my boss hit me with the Van Daminator in his suit, I would be updating my LinkedIn post haste. That would be. I gotta fucking go on LinkedIn again, brother. That shit. I can't work here anymore, I'm afraid. Speaking of.
Oh, you hear that, MVP? Oh no, you can't.
The worst of all time, MVP. He is the woat. That is very aptly put, Soul. r/LinkedIn lunatics material right there. Open for work is MVP. That's why he's the woat. The woat. FVP always eats shit when I watch the stream. I want him to stop eating shit, dude. I would like for him to get back up to the top, but he just can't he can't win a match. He can't, like, get a streak going, you know? He, like, wins matches here and there, but he can't get a streak going. He's like, just, like, incapable of winning more than one match in a row. So.
Fucked up.
Man, okay, well, I guess at the pay-per-view it's gonna be Jericho versus Chavo for the US title. And this trios versus tag match. Batista loses to Cena because life is unfair.
Well, it's because John had one more guy over Batista.
That's very true.
Yeah,
he does have
like
that.
Last week, Joe was like, "Okay, you bring one guy you bring another guy to face me. How about I bring another guy and another guy?
And another guy, but not only just another guy, but it's gonna include." What the fuck? Oh no. Oh wow. Okay, hold on. Call me Davey Boy. Versus Justin Gabriel. A showtime. We have Lex Luger taking on again A-List Otunga and Wade Barrett in another goddamn triple threat.
That's gonna drag on forever. We can't watch that.
No. But Lex Luger wins it, so you know there's that.
Yeah.
David Otunga and Wade Barrett are now in it. You guys have fought each other for months at this point, and only just now you're enemies? Okay. I mean, I'm looking at this, and I'm just like, this is a crazy Mary fucker kill, you know?
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, dude, looking at that match, you're gonna hear a lot of Lex Luger screams.
It'll be a very noisy match, yes. I Ah! He'll be screaming like friggin' Lego Yoda. Ah! Maurice versus Nikki Bella. Maurice wins. And then Davey Boy versus Justin Gabriel. Here, I'm gonna just go ahead and kind of, get us in next week if that's all right, because we're already at almost 2.5 hours.
Mm-hmm.
British Bulldog over Justin Gabriel. And then SmackDown right here. Oh, okay. Hold on.
Okay,
This is an insane show. What is this?
Yo, Doc Gallows versus Drew McIntyre?
But more like insane as in insanely bad. I don't want to watch any of this, if I'm being honest with you. We have... Luke Gallows and Drew McIntyre. CM Punk versus Dolph Ziggler. Undertaker versus Sheamus in a submission match. And... and Jack Swagger versus Big Show. God, this is dog shit.
Yeah, not gonna lie to you. This is doo-doo.
This is poop from a butt, dude.
This is shit from a butt.
Luke Gallows. All right, one fart for every match, chat. Hold on. We got one fart, 3 farts for that. CM Punk versus Dolph Ziggler. Fart, chat.
Step on up and see if you can throw a giant gold ring around the
Undertaker versus Sheamus.
Come on, let's go.
And the main event.
Oh, you missed. Or maybe you didn't.
Jack Swagger versus Big Show. Also, you suck, Siren. What?
Oh my
6-man tag.
Oh my.
This is nuts. False count anywhere.
Dragon Steamboat versus The Miz is the starter. Okay.
I'm pretty sure this happened in real life at one point. This feels like it happened.
It feels like it.
What the fuck is on Raw? This is a crazy match here, but I know it would take eons to complete.
It would. It really would.
I mean, we could watch the WWE Champion in action here.
I could.
Which is Batista. Bautista! It would take so long. Raw's smoking crack, and I'm down. Smoking crack, and I'm down. Fucking back there with the Sandman, dude.
I'm telling you, someone.
Hey, Sean. Yeah, they're back there.
Steamboat Miz or HBK Batista?
Hold on, I'll make a poll. What we think in chat?
Spare serotonin, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the serotonin. Here, we're gonna go ahead and do it. Which match? Ricky versus Miz, or Batista versus Shawn? You have 1 minute, chat.
1 minute.
You guys have 1 minute. Or we got one for Batista versus Shawn. Dude, I'm very much looking forward to the next pay-per-view, though. I want Sheamus and Shad, too. Again. If we have a tie, I will be the tiebreaker. Are we just trying to get to the pay-per-view? More or less, but like if something comes up and we want to watch it, then I'll watch it, you know? Watch Swagger not even get booked for Hell in a Cell. Dude, he...
so fucked up if that happens.
Woobs, shut the fuck up. You shut your whore ass up.
I mean, if it was Ricky versus The Miz with the IC title, I would definitely watch that.
Wow. Force it if he does it. LMAO. I can't, dude. If the game doesn't, sorry, if the game doesn't have him defend his title, I can't just make him defend it. You know, last one snipe. It's the main event. Yeah. Like literally at the last second, Shawn and Batista win. Here we go. Oh, this is oddly cursed.
What WrestleMania was that?
WrestleMania 8.
8? What was 8?
Well, fuck it, we're doing that. That is like terrifying, dude. That's not my Shawn Michaels. That's Shawn Michaels at home, unfortunately. Why is there a 1992 Shawn Michaels in this game? What the fuck? I don't remember that at all. Well, maybe you'll remember this. Look at him. And it's like ramen noodle hair.
Oh, yeah, 90s Shawn.
This feels oddly inaccurate. Shawn Michaels before he was sober. It's very true.
That is sadly true.
Oh, wait. Hold on. The chat froze. Give me a second. Why is he wearing spaghetti? Fucking sauce him up. Call him the saucy boy. Saucy boy.
He had the mullet, too.
I know. He did have the mullet. Very glad that Justin Roberts can do telepathic ring announcing. I always knew he was talented.
Oh, okay. It was WrestleMania 8 was Shawn Michaels versus El Matador. I don't remember
versus
that
El Matador?
El Matador he was managered by Sensational Sherry.
Was chat not working on screen? It wasn't, but it should be now.
Out of all like the Mania outfits, you pick 8?
Notably, no machine guns here for Batista.
Yeah, right. It's when he had like the spotlight entrance.
Yep. Speaking of Batista, he has held this belt ever since Extreme Rules. He has been dominant, but his reign has been much less interesting than Swagger's. Like, for as much as we fucking shit on Swagger, I cannot deny his reign has kept me hooked. So I want him to lose. Also, I don't think you can spin the belt. I'm sorry. I don't think you could spin the belt unless you're like playing as the champion. It's like I could spin the belt, but I would have to be playing as Batista. And that's not what this is about. Holy dude, out the gate. Wait, hold on. Shawn won the #1 contendership, right?
Yeah, but there's like a non-title match.
They're facing on Sunday. They're just giving away the match here on Raw.
Well, it maybe the match on Sunday might be in Hell in a Cell.
Well, you see, along with that, this isn't even Shawn Michaels. This is Shawn Michaels' fucking doppelganger in the ring right now.
Stan
Miguel's is in the ring right now.
Oh,
this is Marty Jannetty, brother. It's Mike Shonels. It's Mike Sandals in the ring right now. You know what? That's fun. I enjoy the idea that the advertised match. No, I enjoy the idea of fucking Dave here being like, I'm gonna face Shawn Michaels here on Raw. I don't want to wait until Sunday, and then he just brings this guy out.
In the middle of this outstanding
That's some real, like, fucking a Jericho and Goldberg type shit.
I just got curious on like the match card for WrestleMania 8. Apparently, Macho Man Randy Savage, who was the WWE champion at the time, didn't main event it. You know who did main event WrestleMania 8?
Wasn't it like Hogan? No. It was like Sid and someone else. Probably Hogan.
Yeah, it was Sid versus Hulk Hogan.
You already know, brother.
It was just like a basic singles match, and the match ended by DQ.
It ended by DQ, dude.
Man, that sucks.
Meanwhile, didn't we have a match between Randy Savage and Ric Flair for the WWE title?
Yeah, it was Savage and Flair for the WWE Championship. You kidding me? That wasn't the main.
Oh, Macho Man main eventing doesn't work for me, brother.
I mean, nothing that friggin' Randy ever did ever worked for Hulk Hogan, dude. So.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen Randy Savage play fucking billiards in his home. That shit scared the hell out of Hulk Hogan. Sorry, I didn't mean to post that. Shit. What? Sorry, I didn't mean to. Dude, you didn't mean to post shit? I mean, listen. Listen, if I was watching Mania 8 and I saw that the main event was Hulk Hogan and Sid ending via DQ, I would go shit. I would go shit as well. So.
Because I just noticed that, like, since Shawn doing all those chops to Batista's chest, his chest is like a brighter
No, I
red.
know. No, I
didn't
know.
notice that detail. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, like, I grew up with the PS2 version and it didn't have that detail. I think that's only in, like, you know, the HD versions. What? Undertaker!
What is he doing here?
Evil, dude, it's Evil Taker.
Evil Taker, what are you doing?
I'm actually very
I would
curious to
pull a
see
Sid
what he's
Vicious
gonna do.
and pull out my scissors.
I would pull a Sid Vicious and pull out my scissors. Wait, what? What? What the? Huh?
I'm talking to both.
Wait, he's going after all of them. Undertaker, biker style, is inserting himself into the WWE title picture.
Oh, he just leaves? Okay, cool.
Anyway. Anyway, get over here, slap nuts. No, not a DQ, I guess. The referee just let it happen.
We're going WCW in the year 2000, apparently.
Yeah, you go out there and you hit both of them, bro. And then the ref is just gonna let it keep going like nothing happened, bro.
Trust me, bro, this finish will be super cool, bro.
This will be super cool, just in time for the Hell in a Cell, bro.
And don't worry, we'll do this same thing throughout the entire night, bro. We'll just keep on their feet, bro.
And the boot connects with the abdomen.
Oh yeah, does anyone have the briefcase? That's not a mechanic in this one. The Money in the Bank briefcase, I don't think is a mechanic in this one.
Like the briefcase itself, I think like the title of Mr. Money in the Bank is still in this one.
I don't know, because like because the Money in the Bank match happens at WrestleMania. So
Right, yeah.
Again, this is our main event of the evening.
When our mini
or at least like in this era, it did happen at, you know, Mania. I don't know if it still happens in Mania here, but if it does, then we will obviously be watching it. What? Okay, cool. 1, 2. What? Okay. I was about to say.
Batista.
Come on. Batista gets him up, plants him on the canvas right there. I know for a fact it was a mechanic in the next game. I don't know about this one. Hey, hold on. Lifts him. Oh, fall away. Big, ginormous fall away slam there. Yeah, I pin him after that too. 1.
Yeah. Damn.
And the WWE champion flexes his dominance.
Well, this happened this Sunday.
if it happens to Shawn Michaels instead of Mike Sandals, then we'll still have a reigning defending champion. A Money in the Bank is at WrestleMania in this game. Also, it is a mechanic. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then we'll need to figure out what we do with that here in this game, then. Maybe whoever wins Money in the Bank here, I just give them the belt in WWE 12 right off the bat.
I like that idea.
Because, like, when we're done with this game, once we get past Mania, I'm gonna carry over, you know, our stuff from here into 12. Which will really just involve me copying everything over. But, you know.
Yeah.
Anyways, I think we're almost to the pay-per-view, y'all.
We're almost to the pay-per-view, yeah.
Almost to the pay-per-view. Bitter rivals. The relationship has gotten even worse. New alliance between MVP and Lex Luger. Lex Luger and Justin Gabriel are worse off. So are Justin Gabriel and
British. Justin's just making enemies.
Yeah. He's making a name for himself over here on Raw, it seems like. Dude, dude, I can't do this.
I can't do this again.
I can't do this shit anymore, man. Fuck it. Dude, superstars, you gotta pick it up. Raw's over here becoming the A show. You gotta pick it up. You know? Is it weird to ship Spider-Man with Squirrel Girl? I don't know.
No, not really. Man, just do it. Fuck it.
I mean, in some continuities, they're both in college, you know, together, right?
Yeah,
so I think in the Marvel Rivals continuity, probably not. So
yeah,
Superstars was the A show, probably not. What happened? Well, they got cold feet after seeing, you know, Raw fucking cook like they did.
Yeah.
It happens to the best. The Sexy Yeti is in the running for the U.S. Championship? Holy shit!
3 belts, Yeti.
3 belts, Yeti. Yeah. Wait. Okay, I want to just skip to the pay-per-view. Hold on. Number 1 contender, Michelle McCool for the women's title. Tag team between the Hart Dynasty and fucking R-Truth and Morrison. Main event, Sheamus and Taker. Sheamus wins. I swear to God, if Jack Swagger doesn't defend his belt on this show, I am going to be upset. Upsetty spaghetti over here. Hold on. Big old rivalries going on here. Alright, let's check it. Hell in a Cell. Intercontinental Championship is...
That's the opener, alright.
Shad versus Sheamus, Chavo versus Jericho, Melina versus Natalia for the Divas title. Oh, I see it. Ricky Steamboat. It's the Raging Climax versus Morrison Truth and False Count Anywhere. Oh my God, he gets another shot in the Hell in a Cell. Oh my God. Yeah. Wow. Okay, I can fuck with this.
Hey, this is looking like a good show.
Sheamus double booked to do it.
Double booked 2 belt Sheamus.
But will he be 2 belts by the end of by the end of the night? Because as he goes into the show, he is beltless.
He's going coast to coast with this. He's the opener and the main.
Yep, opening and closing. He's fucking like MJF styling this right here.
Alright.
I'm sorry, but with this performance, I gotta do it. He is now a face, is Sheamus.
No baby face.
He will save SmackDown for the tyranny of Jack Swagger. Will Sheamus? One trip to hell wasn't enough for Sheamus.
And now it's time for the sickness moment of tonight's meeting. Okay, here we go. Cough cough, vomiting noises. It's almost time for a 3-minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Yeah, you go clean that up, homunculus. I'm gonna go in.
You got that everywhere.
Yeah. He got that like all over the cell. We gotta clean that, dude. The show's in like... Dude, the show starts in like 15 minutes. What the fuck are we gonna do? What are we gonna do, man? We'll have to figure it out. Hello, Devin. We're about to jump to ad break here. See you guys in a few minutes.
It's break time. Where are the Cheetos, my dudes?
I'm gonna go and pee here.
Check it out. I'm gonna take this ramp at a C note, then I'll execute a mid-air yogi through that ring of flames, swamp donkey over that pit of sharks, into the mouth of that Burmese anaconda.
I highly doubt it.
Watch and learn, boy.
I mean, I could do that.
Oh, really? Do it then, tough guy.
Fine by me. Hand me my beef wine, cause I'm about to get busy. Damn engine's flooded. Plus I got poison ivy and I'm not even supposed to be out in snow without my mittens. Even the wind's not right. You know what? Today's not the day. Let's break it all down. I'll do it tomorrow.
You get ice cream if you do it. Tastes good.
Give me that Slim Jim, son. I did it! Plus, I landed right on my face, which is way harder.
Look, it's just like when I tell people about saving with Geico. Be confident, stand up straight, and speak with purpose. Yeah? Go on, give it a practice run.
Kelsey. Kelsey. Marriage?
Oh, okay. Look, maybe you should just show her this beautiful Helzberg diamond ring.
It's a better idea.
Maybe not in the bathroom.
Oh.
Oh, my word.
Geico. It's easy to switch and save.
Just out of curiosity, what did that carriage set you back?
19 large.
I overpaid. I'm an idiot.
Hey, happens to everybody. I bet he overpaid.
I didn't overpay. I used Auto Trader. It's the only one with Kelly Blue Book. It literally says great price.
I'm craving a treat. Banana? Darling, what are we, baboons?
What in the fuck is
Your
this
dough
one?
dippers, madam.
Ooh.
Frozen slices of real banana dipped in rich dark chocolate that's 67% cacao.
Superb. But what's cacao? Darling, diamonds have carrots. Chocolate has cacao.
Dark chocolate dole dippers, banana, strawberry, or new pineapple. Dip into the good stuff.
I did not like that one at all.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tiger by the toe. If he hollers, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
I want to pet a tiger, chat.
Do I really need to holler? Up to you, gum from Mentos. 2 flavors, 1 pack. It's up.
Om nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Hey, welcome back to Raw. Hold on just a second. Hopefully y'all are having fun here tonight. How are you doing so far, man?
I'm having a blast. This is fun.
Fucking glad to hear it. I'm happy to have you here. I'm especially happy to have you here for what is sure to be a phenomenal pay-per-view here.
Can we be finally free from Jack Swagger, World Champion?
If luck's on our side, we will. Admittedly, this pay-per-view is looking very, very similar to last month. But SummerSlam was, well, a summer blockbuster, you could say, of a show. And this right here, it's so nice we do it twice. Again.
Today's the day that Jax dies.
Today's the day that Jack Swagger perishes. And of course, I've got the sauce right here for all of us, chat. When we get to it, we'll get to it. Don't worry. It's a good time to reiterate that I told Seth a few days ago, if Swagger makes it to Mania, I will be making a whole hype package around Swagger's reign. That fucking rules, brother.
Yeah.
That absolutely rules.
Woo's is great at editing
Mario.
work. I love Woo's work.
I do too. Hold up, Sheamus is pulling double duty. They're bringing it in Swagger's favor. They kind of are, but if anyone could go the distance, it's Sheamus, I feel like. Yeah, he let us down last time. He may have lost both of his matches, but this time, in the words of Dr. Weird, shall be different. Hopefully it's not a case where it isn't different at all, Steve. But we'll see it when we get to it. For now, though, I would like to take an actual break here. like a 5 to 10 minute break to get up, stretch, refill my water, maybe grab a snack as well. And then we're going to lock in for tonight's pay-per-view. Anyways, first off, before we do that, hello there, Tom. Welcome on into tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. But yeah, SummerSlam was a real summer fest, you could say. And now it's time for Hell in a Cell. But first, yeah, we're going to take a bit of a longer break here. So madam, if you want to get up, get a snack, get water, whatever you need, I'm going to go do the same.
I'll do like a stretch my legs a bit.
Okay. You all go and do the same, and we'll be back with what will be a hell of a night, you could say. See y'all in a little bit. A second. Hey, I'm back. Cool. Anyways, hi. Welcome back. Chad, are you ready for Sheamus to go wall to wall, just like he did last month? Because that's exactly what he did last month. He ultimately lost the Intercontinental Championship to Shad. He's apparently getting his rematch here at Hell in a Cell to start us out. And then after that, even if he wins, he won't have a lot of time to celebrate it because he has bigger fish to fry. The biggest fish on SmackDown as he goes one-on-one with Jack Swagger for the World Heavyweight Championship, locked inside the Hell in a Cell. And at the request of Infinite, he wants us to replace the Divas Championship match with The Undertaker versus Druid. And, you know, a great philosopher named Excalibur once said it best, you've got to give the people what they want. So, that's exactly what we're going to be doing. Once we get around to this match, it will be the Druid taking on the Biker Undertaker inside a steel cage, because I feel like if we do Hell in a Cell for that, it might wear itself out. Maybe we'll feel different, you know, by the time we get to it. But that's kind of what I'm thinking. So, yeah, we're about to get this underway. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Discord's also muted. I'm sorry about that. Hi, madam. You shouldn't be muted now.
Hello.
I'm sorry about that. Everyone go follow Madam, by the way, if you haven't done so already. She is one of my newer friends in the VTubing space and in the wrestling space. She is very fun and very nice. Moo. Yes, please. Please go and follow Moodum Universe, if you would so, please. She is a fellow wrestling fan, just like all of us. And also, in my case, I would really appreciate a follow if you've not done it already, because we're trying to get to 1,000 followers by the end of this year. If we do it, we will be hosting 1K Mania inside Wrestling Empire, where we will book dream matches and celebrate this lovely community that we have cultivated together. Along with that, join the Discord, because we have a lot of fun over there. It's a cool little wrestling community. I do wrestling watch-alongs over there, you know, here and there. Right now, we are doing the Best of Super Juniors. It is terminally long, But we're having a lot of fun with it. And along with that, we're going to be watching AEW Double or Nothing in the server tomorrow as well. I want MJF to go bald. He probably won't go bald, but I would like for him to. Come and cry or cheer with me when it happens. Yeah. So yeah, we are going to get into this thing then. Everyone, welcome to Hell in a Cell. It is the first match on the card. Shad Gaspard, perennial superhero, taking on Sheamus. MJF might if he's got a movie thing coming up. Yeah, like a movie that he needs to be bald for. Sure. But like at that point, just wear like a bald cap, right?
Yeah.
Although I guess if you have like, you know, a bunch of hair, that doesn't really work too well. So. And MJF's hair is pretty thick. So. Anyways, speaking of thick hair, Sheamus, go and get your title back. Actually, no, if you could not do that and just save yourself for the World Heavyweight Championship, that would be good. Because I feel like Shad hasn't really had a chance to run with this belt.
The following contest is for the Intercontinental Championship.
This is a
Approaching the ring,
weird pay-per-view arena.
the Intercontinental Champion.
I'm not a fan of it.
Yeah, it's like the mini Hell in a Cell in the on the stage.
It looks like bad one night stand.
It does, yeah.
I came back with a snack, by the way. I have Pop-Tarts on a Zoo Pals plate.
Ooh.
Because my roommate saw that they brought back Zoo Pals, and he was like, dude, these are going to be really small, but I got to get them. And I'm like, dude, you're right. You need to do it. So we did it, and now we just have a bunch of little Zoo Pals plates in the house for now. Dang, AEW and race fans will be torn, as both the Indy 500 and Coca-Cola 600 are also tomorrow. It's a good thing I'm only an AEW fan and not a race fan. Lobster head, brother. Here he comes.
Weighing 272 pounds, the Celtic Warrior, Sheamus.
Fella!
Fella! Will Sheamus raise hell here tonight at Hell in the Cell by winning 2 belts? Or will it continue to be Jack Swagger's world and we're just living in it? Weather's iffy for the racing tomorrow, so may not be that hard of a choice. Listen, man, if you want to watch, you know, like cars, you know, drive around for 100, you know, like for like 1,100 miles, or watch MJF go bald, I know what I'm picking, you know?
I know what I'm picking.
I enjoyed that edits that have put MJF in like a do-rag. Alright. Pay-per-view battle music, let's do it.
You are looking live at 16,186 members of the WWE Universe. The wait is over. Tonight, it's all about the cell. Sheamus.
Sheamus.
That is his name.
Are you doing good? Stand on top of the Shad.
Absolutely. I mean, Shad just won the belt last month. It would be a shame if he was a transitional champion from Sheamus to Sheamus. But
yeah.
We'll see.
This could be... I'm hoping for a first title defense tonight.
Sheamus. You take the blue pill and you return to the paved ovals. You take the red pill and you'll be shown through the squared circle.
Oh, Iris Curse.
Yeah, Sheamus is already taking it to Shad.
Oh, Delta Cross.
Sheamus patterns himself after the feared
Wow.
Celtic warriors of the past.
Yeah, that's probably it.
GG's.
And this has got to be it.
1, 2. He wins it back immediately. New Intercontinental Championship. In and out, dude. You know what? Honestly, that's pretty smart on Sheamus's part. He goes in there, he doesn't waste a lot of time. He's ready for the main. Two-time Intercontinental Champion, Sheamus.
Here's your winner and the new Intercontinental Champion.
I've never seen Sheamus this energetic.
No.
Well, at least one superstar is happy that this one's over. You said it. The only good thing for him is that the beating stopped.
Holy shit, guys.
God damn.
Damn. Well, you know what, King? I think Shad Gaspard is a piece of shit. You said it, Michael. Ah.
Oh.
Wow, how that isn't true IRL, right? Like they just refuse to give it to Sheamus for no real reason. I know. But listen, we're not so pig-headed as to deny Sheamus of his destiny. So not only is he not only is he the Intercontinental Champion, he has won the belt 2 times over at this point. Instead, Swagger is peg-headed to deny Sheamus his destiny. No, seriously. Sheamus has been real unlucky with injury the past year or two, to be fair. He has, yeah. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Shad Gaspard and Sheamus are now enemies. Oh no, if Shad comes in and costs Sheamus the match, I'm gonna be real sad. Okay.
Apple versus Christopher.
Ooh. All right, we need to. All right, you can have your revenge after the pay-per-view. Yeah, like we need to lock in here, dude. It is for the greater good. I put Chavo in his fucking TNA gear here, I think.
Oh. I forgot he was in TNA.
You and me until I searched up his like gear to give him some new all attires.
Hello, Mario.
Chavo, good. I listened to the instrumental of Chavo's theme the other day. It is 100% Mexican Pokemon music. It is! It is, dude! Like, literally, like, you fucking hear it, and you can imagine, like, fucking, like, you know, Pokemon Stadium 2 and Smash Brothers playing, you know, like, underneath it.
Yeah.
Chavo! That's his Pokemon fucking sound.
Chavo, I choose you!
Chavo, Chavo. Alright. Dude, I don't even know why, like, Jericho wants this title, because, like, the only reason we gave it to him is because he finished his road to WrestleMania as the US champion. So. And now we just kind of stuck him in this division, and he's not even sniffed. He's not even sniffed the WWE championship. Jericho looks uninterested. I mean,
that was just Jericho during his era.
It was, yeah. Yeah, that was his whole gimmick. All right. We already saw one new champion tonight. Let's see if we could see another.
And that's what it's all about.
Yeah. Jericho's in his own Groundhog Day. Won the belts, lost the belts.
There's the belt, and here we go. The first competitor.
Gotta lock up.
Or make their opponent tap will win this match.
All right, speaking of Pokemon, where's my music? I could have sworn I had it here. There.
With the championship at stake, you know these superstars will give everything they have to win here tonight.
Seemed fitting now that we have Chavo in this match.
Oh my goodness, Chavo's evolving.
He evolves into Chavito.
Chavito.
It's Chavito. Chavito. And he has a special ability, Chavito Heat. Thinking about that wrestling game that gave faces a bonus if you open with a test of strength. It was like a TTRPG. I'll have to find it. I'm pretty sure that was like the first SVR, right? Oh my god! I don't even know what that was for Jericho. That was insane.
Is that a corkscrew headbutt?
Yeah, genuinely. Match of the year according to that one guy. What, this match? Was there someone in the crowd with a sign that said match of the year?
Pay-per-view is terrifying.
All right, he's got him perched up. Oh, wow. Oh, damn.
God damn.
Wow. Chavo looking to keep this belt. He's not looking to be like Shad. Oh, hold on. What the? Huh?
What the?
that was an insane spot. What?
We got a ref bump.
We got a ref bump and it amounts to really nothing, actually. But no, I'm pretty sure that, like, because SmackDown vs. Raw, the original, was the one that had, you know, the mini games at the start of the matches.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure 06 had those too.
I think.
But like, SmackDown vs. Raw had like a larger impact with them because you also had like your face and heel meters. GirafaStev, transform. Okay, fave Pokemon track.
Father, why are you a robot?
Oh boy. Hold on. Oh, just a second. I need to make sure that she can hear what this redeem is. Hold on. Okay, my favorite Pokemon track. Probably this one, honestly. This is the one that always stuck with me when I was a kid. And I know it's kind of cheating because it's Smash Brothers, but, you know, it's a Pokemon track in Smash Brothers, so I'm counting it. Oh no. No! Jericho might have it, chat. He's fighting in the middle of the ring, fighting! Chavo's fighting! He withstands! He withstands the walls of Jericho! Probably one of the only guys who have done it in the entire time we played this game. And now he's fighting back! Go, Chavito! Evolve! Be something greater than you could have been!
Knock the out.
Chavo, I need you to lock in, brother. The Mirror B theme is an all-timer. Which one is that from? I mean, again, I should probably state I'm not, like, the biggest Pokemon guy. I just like some of the music and the character designs, so...
Just a perfect head scissor.
Nice, that's scissors travel.
Hold on, after this match, we'll look that up. We'll look up the Mirror B theme in Coliseum, just so I can kind of see what you're talking about. While this match is going, I'll kind of get it queued. Mirror B theme Coliseum.
Thus far, this has been
Is it called Miro B's Retro Groove?
who's going home with the title.
Okay, go ahead and DM it to me, Siren. Remember Transformers Armada, where it was literally Pokemon, but it was collecting tiny robots? No. I'm sorry. I don't remember that. When was that?
I don't know, 2001.
Oh, was that like an early 2000s Transformers thing?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Do not redeem it, Fluffy. I'm overriding that, brother. Well, depending on which one it is, I'm overriding it.
Bubsy the Bobcat. Bubsy's nap is interrupted one day when he discovers that strange aliens called the Woolies are stealing
Okay, I'll
the
keep
Earth's
it.
yarn balls. Bubsy
We got
doesn't
a new
want to see his
Bubsy game
favorite
out.
play
It's
toy become
it's
extinct,
timely.
So he embarks on a mission to collect as many yarn balls as possible and to stop the two queen Woolies.
We do have the new Bubsy game out, so it's timely.
The graphics are great, as you can see here, making the journey to Stage 16 a sublime and enjoyable play experience.
Well, are you still playing this thing?
With the code STC.
I somehow found the Discord server that George Wood is a part of, and I sent him a friend request. Unfortunately, he's not got back to me still.
Not to be hit by their energy shield. Remember, the code
TKO
is STCJD8. Good players will not even need this code, but this way you can see the ending of the game quickly. Bubsy will return
No,
for
but
more
TKO
hairy,
WWE would
fur-raising
cut to a
adventure in
giant
second
Bubsy
game,
mascot
Bubsy
costume
2.
and say,
So there
Bubsy
you
is
have
here
it.
in the arena,
Bubsy
it's time
has
for his
won,
new
and he's
game,
thrilled with
Bubsy
his
40.
success. We at Flights of Fantasy are thrilled with him too. Even though Bubsy is easy, the game is still excellent.
Okay, cool. Well, I hope you caught that out of your system, Fluffy. Anyways, TKO got their ad time in. We can go back to the match now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, three amigos.
One.
Uno. Dos. And tres.
Amigos.
Yay! Oh, gory bomb! Gory bomb!
Gory bomb!
A gory bomb! Chavo 1, 2, Chavito Heat!
Chavo retained.
Chavo retains! He did it! Against a formidable opponent in Chris Jericho. I was really worried about that, I'm not gonna lie. It's going too well. No, it'll be going... Woos. It's gonna go too well if we get to... No, right now, this right here is the good future. But next up is gonna be Druid and The Undertaker, and if Druid wins that one, then it's gonna be going too well. Would you watch Tokusatsu if there were more giraffe-themed heroes? I would be at least giving it like a cursory glance, probably. Quite bluntly, if Druid or Undertaker win, we lose. Aw, if Druid wins, I'm sweating bullets for this main event. Oh, okay. Well, then, yeah. Like at that point, it's gonna be way too good to be true. But listen, let's just book the match, and we'll see where it takes us. Options under the ring, and new moves to decimate your opponent. So we said steel cage, I believe.
Yeah, it was still cage, yeah.
So we'll do steel cage for that. All right, Undy, come out here. That's awesome. Dark versus dark. If Druid wins, I'm sweating bullets. Quite blunt. Sheamus, you need to lock the fuck in. All right. Single match. Steel cage at Hell in a Cell. All right. Dude, if I didn't book this match, Undertaker would not be on the show.
The following contest is a steel cage match.
Man, they really did not give this man his motorcycle.
No. They just gave him like the wrist check claw thing.
Damn.
This is so weird. This isn't like biker Undertaker. This right here is a biker that calls himself Undertaker. I'm just flabbergasted at how little effort went into this.
Man, they did not give a shit.
Does this mean his actual final match will be at SummerSlam? Probably against Obafemi again. Which, like, if Obafemi, defeats him again, then fine. No theme, no entrance, nothing. Just the model, exactly. It honestly, you know what? I'm wondering if there is, like, a motorcycle entrance in this game, and you could just give it to him. No bread, no water, just Mark. It's dude, it's mean Mark Callis coming to the ring right there. Surely there has to be like a leftover Chuck Palumbo thing. Yeah, probably. Also, you are still on Robot. I know this. It takes me back. It takes me back after like 5 or 10 minutes. Now, if 20 minutes pass, I'm still a robot, then get back to me. Oh, sick. My bad. Yeah, like, it's only supposed to go on for a set amount of time. Alright. Here we go.
Father, you're back.
Hey, there we go.
Steel cage is designed for a great number of reasons, and the number one being to keep people from getting inside.
How are they able to have a steel cage fit with the Hell in a Cell up top?
How are they able to have two Undertakers in the same company?
You know, fair. They found a way.
It's been about 9, never mind. I'm bad at math. Alright, well, it's been 10 minutes. There we go. I mean, it's been done before. Both cages in one thing. That's very true. The kennel from hell, brother.
Oh my god, I don't know what we might of that.
I mean, that right there needs to be the blow-off to this feud. It needs to be kennel from hell. They done the double cage before, where we got the kennel from hell. This is just pieces of the Hell in a Cell. It wasn't fully put together yet. So after this match, we're gonna watch stagehands go back up and like put together the rest of it. Also, salsas and GMs. Okay, got it. Oh God. Alright, I have it prepped for after this match. Also, this is the best Mario and Luigi game. This music.
What is it from?
Bowser's Inside Story on the DS.
Ah.
They should have just put the landmine boards between the cages instead of dogs. This is the freak show match of the pay-per-view. This right here is like, there's like weird vibes coming off of this match. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. This is like a dad fighting his like spoothy goth son here. Son, that D&D is corrupting your mind. You're the only thing that's corrupted here, Dad. I was gonna joke
from you, boy.
I'll make you eat those words, boy. This is a weird take on a Palpatine versus Anakin fight. But listen, it would be even weirder if we had the Dr. Squatch fucking Palpatine soap. So, you know, count your blessings there. I was gonna jokingly say we do a 1v1 elimination chamber before I realized that would be very interesting to watch in the game. Plus, I don't think it'd be possible. I don't think you can have just 2 people in a Hell in a Cell match. I think you need to have 6. You can literally... What?
It'd be weird to do like a 1v1 elimination chamber match.
I know. Oh, he's so close. No!
I
mean, like, with the way this match is structured, I feel like both of them have a chance. So... Oh no, you could do a 1v1 chamber in this match. I did it all the time as a kid. Oh, I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either, but it'd be weird. It's like...
Remind me what...
Like,
yeah? Sorry, go.
I'm just like, it'd be weird like to like, no, Arthur Matt Fresh, it doesn't need the Steel Cage or Hell in a Cell. It needs the Elimination Chamber. It's only just the 2 of us, and that's it.
Let's go somewhere, dude, it's like the fucking Dragon Ball Z meme where it's like, let's go somewhere empty, and then it shows Goku and Vegeta fighting in like an empty movie theater or something. Let's go somewhere empty. They go to a showing, they go to like a Morbius showing or something. or worse yet, a modern TNA show.
Oh, dude.
I mean, like, listen, no shade on anyone there, but that's the truth. So. Let's go somewhere empty, and they go to fucking TNA Sacrifice or something.
Sacrifice!
It smells disaster for you, Druid! I didn't mean to press... I didn't mean to press the metal. I meant to press that.
It is weird to think like after the metal pipe, that's what Scott's standard response was.
Damn, dude, that's like even more insulting.
It's almost time for a 3-minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Okay, well, we're about to get to halftime anyways, so it's like if they can wrap this up. I'm showing a prompter to them that says, please wrap it up.
And the wrap-up signal.
Undertaker wins. Yep.
I don't believe it.
I'm such a nerd for these games that I can recognize what's a new line and what isn't from Michael Cole. Like, I could tell what was recorded in 2006 or 2005 and what was recorded in 2010. I'd say thank God, but this was only good in comparison to Druid.
I don't know if I've ever seen a cage match with as
Here's your winner. Nothing.
Never.
Nothing won.
That was incredible. I mean, I just don't know what to say anymore. Wow.
Man, they're putting Druid over crazy. Well, both Druid and the biker named Undertaker.
Yeah.
I think Jerry's watching a recording on his TV. Yeah, he's sitting there. He's fucking watching Mick Foley and fucking Taker at King of the Ring instead. A completely different match. Oh, listen, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Speaking of beauty, we need to run commercials, chat. I'm sorry. And then we have the second half of this show here.
It's break time. Where are
Very
the
top
Cheetos, my
heavy here.
dudes?
Raw rolls on after this.
It's here. It's wild. It's sweeping the nation. It's
Oh boy.
Fushigi!
Fushigi! This is a very well-preserved commercial, I gotta say.
This is the coolest thing ever, and I can do it.
Oh my god, I've seen this on Nicktoons Network.
We're gonna show you how to unlock the secrets of Fushigi, the magic gravity ball. No strings.
The magic gravity ball.
Maybe.
Ultra scam?
You can make Fushigi defy gravity and appear to float in midair with maneuvers like the prayer cross, the enigma, levitation, and so many more. It floats,
The prayer
it
cross.
will confuse the senses with its mind-blowing movements. Young or old, big or small.
Dude, put me up on a cross if I get this.
The magic gravity ball. And with a little practice, you can conquer Fushigi.
Same place oh my god, I've seen this on Nicktoons Network! Dude, that's insane!
It's relaxing.
That's incredible. That's an incredible poll. You're sitting over there watching reruns of Marvin Mystery and then you see Fushigi. What a lifestyle.
Man, similar remark to the next episode of Kappa Mikey, then this turns on the TV.
It's sick. It's so much fun. I love it.
Dude, I don't know how, but every year I hear about Kappa Mikey from somewhere, and now I've heard it from you. You're my yearly reminder of Kappa Mikey's existence.
It's a show that existed in the early 2000s.
It sure is, and it is insane to watch now.
It is.
It's very insane. You probably shouldn't watch it, honestly. It's really fucking strange. It was basically... Wait, Nicktoons Network was my main channel to watch back then for a good bit. It was basically nothing else of that. Dude, I was the same! I was the exact same as you, honestly.
Yeah, if it wasn't Nicktoons, it was Nick Gas for me.
Nickelodeon Gas? Wait.
Yeah.
Wait, was that different from Nicktoons, or was that, like, its own thing?
So Nick Gas was just like a channel they had for like all the like games and sports, where you see like all like the game
okay, like Legend of the Hidden Temple and shit.
Yeah, that was my jam. I watched like Legends, Guts, Finders Keepers, Get the Picture. So many cool shows.
I didn't realize Nickelodeon had so many game shows.
They did.
And I was kind of a Nickelodeon kid more than a Cartoon Network kid, so...
I try to watch all three, like Disney, Nickelodeon, Cartoon Network. They all have something different.
Yes, the Marvel ones that they had too. Those are cool as well.
We're back, my dudes.
Hey, welcome back to Raw. Siren sent me Pokemon Coliseum music that he wants me to listen to, so we're gonna listen to that real fast. Dude, this makes me want to do a super fast Macarena to it. I'm busting out like a really sped up Macarena. So his Pokemon was just Ludicolo. Sexayente's new tune. Wait, I'm pretty sure I can upload music to this game, right?
Maybe.
Maybe I should do that. Maybe I should look into doing that. Given this as his entrance music.
Maybe not, brother.
This is, dude, no other Pokemon game sounds like that, honestly.
Oh.
That's crazy. And literally that sounds like it's from like a Mario like side game, not like a Pokemon game.
Yeah.
The remix is what I would recommend for his theme. Okay, well, let's listen to a remix first, and then we'll continue with the show.
I dig it.
I like this. Oh my god, I love like, dude, I love like the Pokemon that this is paired with too. It literally looks like that he was made specifically for this track. Hold on. I don't know my Pokemon, so chat, you're gonna need to educate me. But which one is this one? I like this one a lot.
Ludicolo.
Oh, a Ludicolo is his name?
Yeah, Ludicolo.
I love him very much. I hope that he has a lot of good things, you know?
Yeah, from what I remember, it is good stuff, yeah.
Oh yeah, his song in Gale of Darkness is a bop too. Send that over. Mirror BC was 4 Ludicolos. So he was just like hyper fixated on Ludicolo specifically.
It was his favorite guy. He was his Blurbo.
I mean, my Blurbo would absolutely be Girafarig and Farigiraf. Just like half and half for my team, you know? I love that. Okay. What's your favorite Pokemon, Maddie? What's your Scrimblow that you would have on your team?
My favorite Scrimblow? Oh, it had to be a Bellsprout.
Bellsprout is a good shout.
Yeah,
But, like,
he's just a little guy.
He is. He's literally a little Bellsprout, you know?
Yeah.
Like, literally, he is what you see is what you get. So, but is that your favorite Pokemon, or like, what is your favorite at that point?
I think Bellsprout is one of my favorite Pokemon.
Okay. Well, listen.
Just a goofy little dude.
Bellsprout. Here, let's look him up. Plants vs. Zombies looking motherfucker.
Yeah, I just love the little wiggle he does, little dance he does.
I love his little wiggles. I love his little eyes. Like, everything about him proportionally is perfect, I feel like.
Yeah, he's just a little guy.
Long may he reign.
Yeah.
Plants vs. Zombies is looking like Bellsprout. That's very fair. That's fair enough. Hold on, you sent me something too. Oh, it's a little Bellsprout walk. I love him.
Yeah, that's a little walk.
I love like his little swagger that he has. He takes big forward lunges. That's good. Siren sent me a wiggle too. That's so good. Okay. Plants vs. Zombies looking like Bellsprout. Oh, listen. Dude, he's sending me another one. Okay, well now Siren's sending me Whoopers. Apparently that's Siren's favorite, the Whooper. Mine is Giraffe Rig. Can you tell? I literally have a plush of him sitting up there, sort of sitting up there as kind of like a centerpiece of my office area. So, yes, Whooper are the best. Canonically, Whoopers are very stupid, but they're very good. You know, I want them to have good things. Because much like Bellsprouts, they're just silly little guys. So, anyways, maybe I like Pokemon more than I think. Anyways, Cher, are we ready for the second half of this thing? Because I am.
I'm ready.
We have False Count Anywhere tag team match for the tag team championships. It's a rerun of last month as the Sexay Yete Jr. and Ricky Steamboat take on John Morrison and R-Truth. The latter hope to get their tag titles back. Oh boy, dog.
Will they be able to do it?
You know, I hope they don't, because I enjoy the idea of my characters having something. So... Here they come. Well, here comes one of them anyways. Their entrance is completely fucked now.
WWE Tag Team Championship. Introducing first from Hawaii.
I mean, that's one thing I don't like about these belts. Anyone that like enters with them is just gonna have their entrance completely fucked.
Yeah.
Unless they have like a unless they have like a specific, you know, championship entrance. Which Ricky does not. Like John Morrison, he's fine, you know?
Yeah.
Cena should be fine. So on and so forth. Basically, anyone that has a championship entrance and where they're holding the belt should be fine. All right.
And his partner from Stone Mountain, Georgia.
That's not where he's from. I don't know why I put him there. He's from fucking Denver, Colorado.
The Monster.
There he is. The man that famously does not like wrestling, but he's somehow able to get guys like Ricky the Dragon Steamboat and Stone Cold and old Stone Cold Steve Austin to team up with him.
It's just something about him.
This is called.
Explain it.
What now? It's just something about him.
Explain it. Yeah.
I mean, look at him. Do you see the appeal? Because I do.
Yeah, you see it.
Do you see the appeal? I most certainly do. Sexy Yeti. Big pops in chat. All right, and their challengers.
And introducing the challengers, John Morrison.
What is the name of this tag team, chat? Because I don't like them coming out to just Morrison and R-Truth. But like No, I don't think they've ever had a tag name.
Shamans of Truth.
Shamans of Truth. Starship Truth.
Yeah, I like Starship Truth.
We call them the lunch eaters because that's what the Jomo Sapiens did. We're the Jomo Sapiens and we're gonna eat your lunch.
No, not my lunch.
Shamans of Truth is better. The Shamans of Truth is honestly a banger. That was good.
Oh boy, look at the goal.
That was good, madam.
Thank you.
But let's see if they stay together as a team after this. If they do, then we'll rename them to Shamans of Truth.
Here we go. This match will not be
All right, False Count Anywhere. Chat, we gotta take bets on if they're gonna leave the ring.
Will they leave the ring?
Will they leave the ring at all during this Falls Count Anywhere match? Is the question. It's a little bit late for that. Remind me after this match to set up predictions for the world title matches.
Oh.
How much pain must that neck be in now? And he drives the fist down.
Oh wait, hold on, music. Music, that's right. Oops.
The excitement in the air is palpable for this
Spider-Man. I'm gonna call them the boys. I mean, they look like they would be called the boys. So.
Ooh, double suplex.
Nice. But maybe don't be so good, guys. I would like for them to keep holding these belts. I honestly didn't think that any legends would be like getting a shot in this game, but thanks to the Sexayete, Ricky Steamboat has had a career renaissance here.
Hell yeah.
Okay, well, as I say that, he just completely floors his partner.
His accidents happen for the Yeti.
They do. Lots of accidents for the Sexayete. My god, I forgot that I gave him like Speedos. That's good. It's hard to remember what all I gave him now that he has the skirt.
Oh.
Oh, we're getting wet. Oh, okay, well, never mind. They did leave the ring. They did, in fact, leave the ring. What the? Van Daminator from Ricky Steamboat!
Van Daminator!
Holy shit. What the? Whoa! Did you see? Dude, did you see John Morrison there?
Oh, yeah, he glitched out there for a second.
Yeah, he completely glitched. He completely glitched on the steel chair. I don't know why they're talking about DQs and countouts. This is Falls Count Anywhere.
Bingoes.
Fucking read the sheet, Moggle. Alright. Well, now... okay, well, now... Jomo is the hardcore chair swinging freak. As he gets the sledgehammer now.
Yeah, he gets sledgy.
He gets old sledgy. Come on.
Oh, Mongolian shots by Ricky.
Yeah, Mongolian shots from Ricky. What? There's a lot of friendly fire going on here between Ricky and Yeti. I'm not so sure about this.
Another chair.
Alright, more chairs coming into play. Ah, too slow from Ricky. What? Van Daminator on the ref!
On the
ref! R-Truth just going balls to the walls in this matchup here, it looks like.
It looks like it, yeah.
As he does a ref bump in a match that doesn't need one. That was sick as hell, I'm not gonna lie. Come on. No. And he tackles Jomo to the ground, and he's and now he's begun taking the boost to him. Oh!
A reversal by Jomo.
A very impressive my DDT from Jomo. Now a big amateur wrestling takedown from Sexayete as he works over the leg. And now works over the gut with the sledgehammer, brings him down, and he's just choking the life out of him now.
It's a big fight feel here in this arena.
Absolutely. Even though that he's not the biggest fan of wrestling, he ain't no quitter, and he sure as hell ain't no loser.
He ain't no bitch.
Yeah, he ain't no bitch. As he looks to continue the reign with Ricky Steamboat. And now the Raging Climax, they're on top. Hold on. Okay, let's see if Ricky can pop off a finisher here. I think he lost his chance at a finisher.
Oh yeah, he did. Yeah.
Aw. Oh well.
Not 2 chairs.
Oh damn. Lots of chairs being utilized in this match. Whoa, okay, hold on. The Yeti coming in for his partner there. Oh hey. Hold on, DDT! Big old good lucha move DDT there from Yeti. He could be sizing him up for something big here.
Oh,
It's the boss. Wait.
Oh, no.
It's the giant swing! Holy shit! Into the chair! And Jomo's head collides with the chair. And now we got the bear hug here. Bear hug! Bear hug!
Steamboat trying his best to take down Truth.
And he taps out.
And the tap out.
Wait, new champions crowned. They were the champions before this. What are you
already
talking about?
What do you mean?
Okay, well, let's see what Tony Chibble says. Hold on. The NL special.
Here are your winners, and still undisputed.
Yeah, that's what I
Okay.
thought.
Yeah, someone in the booth might have fucked up.
Get your finger on the right switch, done.
Yeah, someone in the truck might have just pressed the wrong button.
Mm-hmm. Well, still, you are tag team champions here at Hell in a Cell. It is Ricky Steamboat and the Sexay Yeti, the Raging Climax. Congratulations to the two of them. Long may they reign. Long may my baby reign. All right. So, now, chat. These are the matches you've been waiting for. And like I said, we are going to go ahead and set up some predictions here. I will give you all 2 minutes on both matches, rather 2 minutes each time, to determine who is winning this match. Who wins?
First matchup for the WWE Championship.
Batista.
defends the title against the Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels.
Not Mike Sandals this time,
Yeah.
notably.
Yeah, no, it's not Sean's weird friend that he let him roast him for that one Monday.
He wants to cosplay. He wants to cosplay.
Listen, Sean felt bad for him, so he did him a solid.
yeah, he sure fucking did. A solid in hell. All right. Y'all got 2 minutes to vote on who you think is gonna win this thing. You got Batista and Shawn Michaels. Coming into this match, Batista has held this belt for the better part of half a year at this point. Rather, for like almost half a year at this point. Meanwhile, Shawn Michaels, the wily veteran, coming in to relieve Batista of this championship once and for all.
Well, people are saying Dave retains.
Let's see. Lots of people. Wow, lots of points are going into Dave retaining. Lots of club credits are going in there. Here we go.
WWE Championship. Approaching the ring from Washington, D.C., weighing 290 pounds.
So the more I look at Batista with this belt, the more I don't like him with it.
It's because it's just small.
It is small. I know I said that I enjoyed, Batista with this belt before, but the more we see it, the more I don't like it. So
Yeah, I mean, like, live action, Dave actually looked great with the WWE Championship.
2,200 club credits are going into Batista winning this match. Only 20 are going to Shawn so far.
No one believes in the boyhood dream.
No one believes in the boyhood dream, brother. I mean, after he beat up Mike Sandals on Raw, it's a little hard to argue.
Yeah.
I'm playing the long game.
Who's playing the long game in the Long Boy Club?
Exactly. Holy shit. We'll see if it pays off for you, Woobs. All right. Toy. Okay, cool.
Weird fact I learned about today: Shawn Michaels is the person that wrestled in the first Elimination Chamber, ladder match, Iron Man match, and I believe casket match.
Lots of firsts for...
Yeah, lots of firsts for the Heartbreak Kid.
Lots of firsts. Can he be the man to dethrone him in the match that he helped pioneer in Hell in a Cell?
Right, yeah, in the first Hell in a Cell too.
Here we go inside the
He helped to pioneer this match. Can he pull it out here tonight? All right, we need big fight music here. Actually, no. We gotta save that. Give me a second. I think we gotta do...
Again, this one's for the most coveted prize in sports entertainment.
Persona 5. Strikers.
Mm-hmm.
And the pain has to be shooting through his face.
Oh, that's just yo.
Thinking here, King. You know, last week when these guys fought, he got the win. I'm sure he's hoping for history to repeat.
Camel Clutch.
Campbell Clutch. Okay, chat. Miscellaneous prediction. Are they going to leave this fucking ring? Because I feel like there's a good chance that they just won't take advantage of this step.
Shawn Michaels has been a WWE.
Woobs, check your DMs real quick. Hold on, what did you send him?
Oh, nice reverse Uranagi.
And the boot connects.
Hold on, Soul.
Batista. Oh, mama. Batista has the arm. Nice reversal by Michaels.
Hold on, someone clipped me. Davey Boy Fall at B4. Oh, goodness. Oh, just a funny mashup. Okay. All right. Grounded by the crotch. Good suplex there by Shawn.
Good suplex, Shawn.
Continuing to work him over. Looking to avenge his best friend, Mike Sandals, in this matchup. Oh, but takes him down. Works over the leg.
This is a no disqualification match. Chairs, tables, the ropes, everything.
Ooh, stiff lariat.
Just overpowering Shawn here. I mean, it's very clear that, you know, old Davey, he has the power advantage in this matchup, but Shawn will never die. Shawn Michaels never wanted to say die.
Oh, I'm just planning Shawn again.
Mm-hmm. Just flexing on Shawn with the power advantage here. Running slam.
Wait. He's just chucking his weight against Shawn.
I know. Just smothering Shawn with this offense here. Batista absolutely showing why why he's the rightful WWE champion here.
Yeah, people showing why
Oh,
he is the
hold on.
Wait, Shawn, jab, chop, right?
Shawn. Oh, hello.
And a chop.
I don't know why the CPU always goes for that kick. It never connects.
Never does.
They're never close enough to connect. Yeah, you know what? I'm with the 2200 point people.
It might be just GG's for Shawn.
I feel like it might be.
You had a choke slam.
Especially when you have the patented, the lethal. Oh wait, hold on.
You missed.
Hold on. Don't count him out. I shouldn't count him out. Wait, no. Ooh. A face full of foot there. Hold on. What's he looking for?
I missed.
Yeah, you can't count him out. That's not a rule in Hell in a Cell. That's very true. Oh, son. The Thez press, son.
Shawn Michaels has passion, a fire that burns deep inside his soul that will never allow him to give up in a match. Absolutely.
Batista fighting. But Shawn Michaels got it in there. Big camel clutch on Batista. Once again showing the power advantage. He was in there for quite a bit, madam.
He was, yeah.
We'll see if that's enough. 1, 2. It's just too much for Shawn.
It's just enough. Dave wins.
That kick to the balls was too much for him.
It's too much for the Heartbreak Kid.
All right, Batista wins. Congratulations to everyone that voted for Batista. Shawn Michaels probably needs a couple ice packs after that.
He needs a lot of ice packs.
The chat. That's only one half of the story. Now,
we have one title retention of the world titles.
It is time for probably the biggest match in the history of this universe mode playthrough, chat. And of course, I need to make a prediction for it. Who wins? Jack Swagger or Sheamus? You have 2 minutes to vote on this, chat. Y'all got 2 minutes to vote on this. Choose wisely, because I couldn't tell you what's going to happen here. Alright, hold on.
What if you went to heaven but God said, it's gotta be Kane?
Well, then I'm gonna feel very, inadequate after that, dude. Because I can't stack up to Kane. Actually, no, I can. That's very easy to do in now. But back then, probably not. If I came up dressed in, red and black, then maybe it'd be different. Alright. Here we go, chat. We got the black and silver here for old Swagger. I'm gonna keep the game muted here, or at least keep it muted for us.
Okay.
And then I have his music here. I have his new music here for all of you. Come on.
Great. Great back.
Boo, fuck. Too bad you can't make it in black and white. I wonder if I can if I just go into, the entrance stuff. But we'll see if it even, matters after this match. Because we'll see if Jack Swagger could fucking, we'll see if he can retain the belt after this. Alright, there we go.
And introducing the challenger.
Wow. He could win. He could leave here a double champ, chat. He couldn't do it last time. But he has the IC belt back, and now he's going for the World Heavyweight title. We'll see if he can make history here tonight. As the first double champion in this universe mode, besides Chris Jericho. Actually, Chris was the first double champ. We don't think about that. Let's go, Sheamus. It's written in his face, chat. He wants the World Heavyweight Championship. Can he do it tonight? He needs it, yeah. Can he get it here? In this moment, right here. Ow. I mean, I'll get that rubber chicken. That much is true. I believe in Shaby.
Nice, those sounds.
I got the music here for you, Chad. I got the hookup. Big shots already from both of these men as Swagger shows his strength, giving Sheamus the German suplex. But Sheamus looks to answer right back with something big of his own. What? Another German from Swagger. This is going to be disgusting for me because I don't want to see him win again. Oh, gut wrench. Sheamus getting bodied once again, dude. Come on, man. You got to give more than that.
Come on.
You've got to give some more than that, dude. No.
Oh, no.
No.
All I'm gonna do is word thingy thing.
No!
You did the thingy thing. Gut wrench. Nah, GG's. Think Jack wins.
I can't, dude.
We're not free.
Ah! Steph, your cake might be glitched. That sucked ass, genuinely. He's unbeatable. Bald. dude, it's not my fault. I'm just the one that runs the matches. You're fucking kidding me. Dude, that wasn't even bigger squat. You know what? Hold on. Ladies and gentlemen, I've just been informed that this Hell in a Cell match is now a 2 out of 3 falls Hell in a Cell match.
Here we go inside the cell.
We can't stack it like that. We did it last time. Even if we hate him, LMAO. Listen, I did it last time, okay? And everyone liked it.
If we can get the second ball.
Even if we hate him, LOL. Steph, your game might be glitched is a crazy thing to say. I challenge these CPUs to put on a match that's worth a shit. Because I don't know if they're capable, honestly.
Sheamus downfall, going for the broke kick. Should went for the high cross.
He really should have. But now Swagger's coming back. Okay, we're going out. Okay, we're going out. I will allow it. But again, if Swagger wins this, then we're just gonna take it. Okay? If he wins this 2 out of 3 falls, then we just take it. If he retains, book a SmackDown where he defends it in every match. LMAO. Dude, what was like that canned like 2006 animation? That was crazy. You know, I expected the fighting outside the cell to be more gripping.
Yeah, but this Sheamus can chop the shit.
Okay, but hold on. Sheamus employing... We may be out here for like 10 minutes. Oh my god! Dude, he's just crushing Swagger against this freaking cell. He's caving his chest in. Dude, he has the stair cheese. Yeah. Can someone like do like a move out here? Okay, thank you. Tribal Chief Swagger was not on my bingo card this year. Only in the Long Boy Club do you get this. Oh!
Ooh. Swagger just punishing Sheamus. Oh.
Hold on. Ah! Say what you will about Swagger, but when his back is against the wall and the deck is stacked against him in the way that I just stacked it up here, he fucking puts on the show.
He does.
He becomes an incredible big man. Or when he's putting someone against the same wall. He puts on the show. Now if only he could take off from the show. I mean, I gotta say, this right here has just been 2 fucking hosses. So.
Yeah, they're just beating the piss out of each other.
I mean, Sheamus's chest is like beet red right now.
It is basically raw hamburger, his chest.
And there's tremendous impact to the back of his skull.
Come on. Okay, German suplex from Swagger.
Swagger from Perry, Oklahoma, is a 2-time All-American from Oklahoma University. Jack Swagger loves to brag about that great amateur background.
Oh! But
Ooh,
Sheamus...
reversal.
Okay, but Sheamus gets him with the takedown. Bro, this will be enough. No.
Only 2.
No. Still one fall to 0. Three. 1-1. 1-1. It is 1-1 here between these 2 men. We have a chance, but now we're square. And with that, we're square. But now, can Sheamus hold it for a 3rd one? Sheamus reset the bracket. Yep, and with that, we're all square. But now, Now comes the real challenge. He still has to battle back from that 1-0 deficit. Can he do it? Sheamus's righted sword versus Swagger's nano machine, son. Swagger machine, son. He fucking looks like a Senator Armstrong type too. Nano machine, son. He looks like a Judd. Oh wait. Yeah, like when the CPU gets on a roll, the other CPU can't fucking get them, but the moment that they stop, it's just like all the air is sucked out of them.
Oh, nice knee drop. Is tonight Sheamus' night?
Mayhaps. We'll see. Nice. Big suplex back in the ring. Swagger Gene him up. He's getting locked in, but can Sheamus match him?
Nice takedown.
Oh, Sheamus with the takedown.
Smash his head in.
Irish curse. Wait, no. Nope. No, just the Uranagi from him. It looked like he was Magiing up for it. Swagger's back is red now.
It is. Oh!
He got around him with the German suplex. Very impressive for Swagger.
Welcome back to Den of the Giraffe, where other giraffes hoard leaves, we hoard Cheetos and cringe.
Loving cringe, yes. Oh!
Now Irish curse!
Irish curse!
Might be it. What's Sheamus' next move? He's going for high cross.
Oh boy. This might be it for him.
That's why these men are putting their careers on the line. And will this be it? 1, 2, 3.
That's it!
It's over.
Sheamus wins the World Heavyweight Championship. That's 2 out of 3 falls. Sheamus gets it. We're free. We take it. All it took was this long neck horse conspiring against him.
It's almost time for a 3-minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
The Celtic Warrior saves America. After the interminable reign. Why is that belt in his ass? Contender for matches of the year. Okay, chat. Be fucking real with me. Do you think it was a little bullshit of me to kind of conspire against him like that? Do you think it kind of takes it out? Or do you think it kind of like takes the fun out of it a little bit?
I mean, if you did this last pay-per-view, I don't see any issue.
I mean, I did it last pay-per-view and people didn't revolt against it. So
Yeah.
no, not really. Nah, Swagger cheated to beat Taker and Punk. That's very true. If the matches were going to be banger after banger, then Sheamus deserves it. That he does. With that, he is now a two-time IC champion and a one-time World Heavyweight Champion. I'm just a Swagger truther, LMAO. Think of the story, Stev. I mean, like, listen, we were fucking doing it, you know? Now send Swagger to the Shadow Realm. I will not be doing that. I realize that I'm leaving him... I realize that by doing so, I'm leaving us vulnerable. But... I just think it's funner. I just think it's funner that way, chat. Question: does Sheamus vacate in this universe? Give it 4 weeks. Wait. What do you mean, does Sheamus vacate in this universe? Like, does he vacate a belt? I mean, I can make him vacate a belt, if that's what you're asking. Trade Swagger to Raw for someone who we're sick of seeing on Raw.
Breaking news, Swagger found in an unfortunate car accident. Rey Mysterio found walking away from the scene on camera footage.
Oh my god.
Do we want to fucking do a little trade here then, chat? Well, that's a very good question. Maybe we'll think about that.
John Cena's?
Yeah. There's John Cena purple and there's John Cena orange. See?
Okay.
We have John Cena purple here, who we've not seen once in this whole universe mode.
He's laying dormant.
Swagger found an unfortunate car accident. Rey Mysterio found walking away from the scene on camera footage. Send MVP's loser ass to SmackDown for Swagger. Dude, what if I draft Swagger over there and the very first thing he does is win the WWE Championship for Batista?
Oh my god, that'd be
so funny.
Wild. It'd be funny, yeah.
Whoops, if that's what ends up happening, I still need you to make a video package with that. Okay, cool. Send MVP's loser ass to SmackDown for Swagger. I will do it. Like, he literally just loses one championship and trades it in for another. Mr. Electric, make this chug into Total Americano from now on. Mr. Electric is phenomenal. But yeah, you know what? I'm sick of seeing MVP on Raw too. Let's take him to SmackDown.
MVP is going to Friday nights.
MVP is going to Friday nights. Wait, is this the game with Total Americano in it? It in fact is the same. It's the very same, brother. Alright. With that, Jack Swagger, the evil has been defeated and replaced by Sheamus, who... You know what? No, I'm gonna keep him with the 2 belts for the time being. Why not? I enjoy, like, especially at this time of year, I feel that's more interesting than the brand supremacy stuff that Bragging Rights has.
It's almost time for a 3-minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Oh, shit. Okay, Chad, like, do you want me to make him into Total Americano for that one? Well, yeah, Total Americano would be really fun. Well, I'll see if I can, you know what? I'll see if I can get the contracts all in order and I'll get back to you guys, okay? If he could defend both of them, he deserves to have them. Absolutely. Especially if he can, take Swagger to the limit in a giant, 2 out of 3 falls on a Hell in a Cell match. That's a fighting champion right there. The face of SmackDown. the pale Celtic warrior Sheamus. Swagger's amnesia storyline. No, it's gonna be like a Mr. America thing. It'll be El Grande Americano on Raw. That sounds awesome. Because if I remember correctly, Toto just has the SmackDown song. He does in fact have the SmackDown. He does in fact have the SmackDown music. Into El Grande's music. I don't know if I can. I'll have to check. If Swagger gets the WWE title, I'll have to yell LMAO. You know what? I'm kind of hoping. Look at that, chat. Immediately, he's inserted himself into the WWE number one contendership picture. He will be the champion. Bet. Also, for the sake of the people that, you know, got it right the first time. Oh, wait. Never mind. Okay, I already gave the Swagger Truthers their points. Yeah, Chavo's really high up. Again, he's been on a roll. This is a very cursed, like, especially for this time period, this is a very cursed number one contendership lineup.
It is, yeah.
Like, John Cena's terminally at the top, but now we have Jack Swagger, Chavo Guerrero, Zack Ryder, and John Morrison up here. And The Miz as well.
The Miz.
Yeah, Swagger's gonna win a belt on here for sure. But which one is the question? We'll see. Anyways, I think we're done here for tonight, madam.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Thank you for coming on here. Chat. If you're not done so already, go and follow madam. Would you like to kind of go over what you do again, madam?
Hi, my name's Madam Universe, variety streamer, Vtuber, and tomorrow I'll be streaming, and next Wednesday I do Wrestle Wednesday every Wednesday, and I'm going to do something on Wrestle Wednesday.
Such as?
What that is, I don't know yet, but I'll figure it out.
I mean, you're going over New Japan stuff right now, right? Or not at the moment?
Last stream was Macho Man. I could do something New Japan related.
You're doing, like, you know, the Los...
Right,
sorry,
yeah,
the Los Ingobernables de Japón stuff,
yeah,
right?
I did LIJ stuff.
Mhm.
And I did promise Siren that, like, I would do, like, a retrospective on Ring of Honor.
Like, what era? Just from the beginning?
I think just, like, Ring of Honor as a whole.
Oh, that freaking, like, Eddie match, just like those Rogue Eddie matches in Ring of Honor are gonna hit hard, I feel like. But yeah, if you're interested in that kind of stuff, if you're if you're a huge wrestling fan like me, go and fucking watch Madam Universe. Along with that, come and join our Discord server right here. We have a lot of fun over there. We're going to be doing a watch along tomorrow night of AEW Double or Nothing 2025. Bald MJF, please. Summoning Circle is in effect for that right now. But for now, madam, is there anyone that you would like to rate out to?
No, in particular.
Not in particular? Okay.
No in particular at the moment.
Well, let's see who's here then. Or let's see who's live right now.
It's almost time for a 3-minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Okay, well, I'll let that play while I find something.
It's break time. Where are the Cheetos, my dudes?
Mr. Turtle, how many licks does it take to get to the Tootsie Roll center of a Tootsie Pop?
I never made it without biting. Ask Mr. Owl.
Mr. Owl, how many licks does it take to get to the Tootsie Roll center of a Tootsie Pop?
Let's find out. One.
Jack Swagger losing the world title got him fired, but Toto Americano can remain.
How many licks does it take to get to the Tootsie Roll center of a Tootsie Pop? The world may never know.
I mean, he got fired from SmackDown. Actually, I have an idea, chat. I have a big idea for him that I could put into place next time, but you'll just have to wait for that. Oh gosh, okay. I know where we can go. Also, no ad has made me want a drink less than this one. I'll prep the raid thing. There you go. We're gonna raid it to my friend Ripley the Oriole. He is a baseball VTuber. Hence the name. He is literally an Oriole. So. Right now he is playing Out of the Park Baseball 27, which is like a baseball management simulator type beat. He also has Denzel Curry playing on his stream right now, which is base as fuck. First, before we do that, yeah. Again, this was very, very fun. I do feel slightly bad for cheesing things the way I did. Maybe for that, I will allow Jack Swagger to keep his job, but just on Raw. I don't want him out of my face. You know, like, I want him out of my face. But maybe on Raw.
Nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Also, I heard the sigh there, madam. Listen. I realize what I did was a little unfair. But...
That's fair.
But, you know, I still would like for him to have a job in this instance.
That's fair. Yeah.
So yeah. Anyways, there's the raid message there. Everyone, again, go follow Madam, please. She's very cool, very awesome, and a big wrestling fan like all of us here. We're gonna go raid into my friend Ripley the Oriole. Thanks again, y'all, and I will catch you all next week for more of this, and probably the end of Dispatch. Although Dispatch's episodes are getting pretty long, so it's probably going to be like 2 more weeks. But either way, we're going to continue that. Until then, I will see you all later. Thanks again, man.
And thank you.
Absolutely. Have a good night, y'all.